Good morning. I'm going to start the meeting for April 25th, Board of Supervisors meeting for April 25th. Roll call.
Supervisor Foy? Here. Supervisor Long?
Here.
Supervisor Bennett?
Here.
Supervisor Parks?
Here.
And Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here. Please join me in saluting our flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item number 4 is the minutes of April 18th. What's the pleasure of the board? Get a motion and a second. Please vote. And that's approved. Then Mike, the agenda review.
Thank you, Chair Zaragoza. Item 16, Healthcare Agency, ratification of performance with PMK Medical Group. A comment letter from Monica Lindsay has been submitted. Item 25, Treasurer Tax Collector, receive and file a report of investments for March 2017. Request to hear as a regular item. Item 26, Public Works, receive and file a status report on PWA multi-year paving plan. A PowerPoint has been submitted. Item 31, RMA, public hearing regarding adoption of a resolution regarding the California Coastal Commission's modifications to the Phase 2B amendments. PowerPoint's been submitted. Item 32, Area Agency on Aging, receive and file a presentation of the AAA strategic plan update for fiscal year 2017-18. PowerPoint's been submitted. Item 33, Public Works, adoption of a resolution creating the Fillmore and Piru Basin's Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Board letter, JPA, and Exhibit 1 have been submitted. Item 34, RMA, receive and file the General Plan 2017 Annual Report. A PowerPoint's been submitted. And there's an addendum agenda, 2 regular items. Item 39, Board of Supervisors recommendation of Supervisor Bennett to appoint Donald Becker to the Campaign Finance Ethics Commission. And finally, item 40, Board of Supervisors recommendation of Supervisor Zaragoza to appoint Richard Duarte to the Campaign Finance Ethics Commission. And that's it.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Item 33, it seems like we've received more than just a board letter, JPA, and Exhibit 1. Right? We've been receiving emails back and forth with suggested changes from different parties, so we'll hopefully have that all gathered together.
Do we check with the clerk, Brian? What is your
Have you not
understanding?
been part of that? Oh.
Nothing's been submitted to the clerk of the board.
Okay, I guess it's just been sent to the Board of Supervisors.
There was an issue with SIRE on who can get and what, so I believe they tried to make sure that everyone who was looking at it got the information. So all the changes that we were reviewing were updated, from what I understand from Mr. Shepard, on Friday with the JPA language.
So if we have additional information, then go ahead, Mike.
If I could, I'd like to ask counsel what his recommendation is here.
Well, as I recall, Friday, the final draft version was posted, and that's within 72 hours, so
Right.
that's all proper notice. Now, if there were any communications after Friday,
Right.
that went to all board members, that should be available, in the clerk's office after the meeting.
Okay.
If it went to all 5 board members, then the clerk should be provided a copy.
Perfect. We'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board? Motion? And I'll second it. Please vote. And that's approved. Thank you. Our next item is a moment of inspiration. We have our Alejandra Tellez from our CEO's office. Alejandra. Welcome.
Chair Zaragoza, board member, CEO Powers, Alejandra Tellez from the CEO's office. We wanted to continue Earth Day for just one more week. We wanted to give you a quick summary and update of the activities we do in the CEO's office regarding sustainability. Any given time, we wear 3 different hats. We administer BCREA. We volunteered to take over the administration about 4 years ago. We do our county GHG inventory, and we also manage a residential energy efficiency program. So just kind of a quick summary of what we've been doing over the past 3 to 4 years. On an average, we have about 40 community events throughout the year. We try to go to every city, any type of event they have. We have 40 different events that we go out there and speak to residents about energy efficiency. We maintain over 56 kiosks with information throughout the area, different libraries, different community centers. We make sure that there's up-to-date information at those locations. Last year, we received 26 awards from the Local Government Commission, recognizing our efforts in sustainability practices, so that was a great thing for us to do. All of our elected officials received those different awards at I think it was a CSAC and at the City League's conference that they have. We have trained and mentored local contractors on building performance. We feel that our local contractors need to learn energy efficiency, and we need to keep those jobs here. So we kind of started teaching them about energy efficiency and what that means to our area. We have an annual holiday light exchange. We buy about 5,000 holiday lights, and we exchange it. So we'll take your old ones, and we'll give you new LED ones. Over the last 3 years, we have promoted residential energy efficiency, and we have about 127 residential energy efficiency projects. Kind of comparing that the 4 years before that, when the local governments didn't have a say in the promotion of that event, there was 32 projects in 4 years. Once we started promoting, that went up to 127. So it's a great improvement in our community, and it's a great investment in our local economy. The average cost of those projects is about $18,000, and we encourage homeowners to use local contractors. So that's been, once again, money coming back to our area. Over the last 3 years, there has been about $1.2 million of incentives and rebates coming back to our local governments. Whenever any city or county does a project, we help them with that process, and that's money coming back in. We have had about $2.8 million in grants. Anytime that we want to do any work with energy action plans or projects, we try to get grant money. So over the last 3 years, it's about $2.8 million. On our residential, like I said, the 127 projects, that equals about $2.2 million invested back in the community. And then some of the future things that we have planned, we just started a commercial sector. We started a green business program. So we cover the municipal part, we cover the residential part, but we felt there was a gap in the commercial part. So we have a green business program that we're going to kick off in June and help our small and green businesses, small and medium-sized businesses to become green business certified. We are also partnering with Santa Barbara County and San Luis Obispo County to be the administrators of our own residential energy efficiency program. So we want to be able to design our own program. We know our community, we know what our residents need. We are kind of in a unique situation. We're at the end of the Edison territory, and then Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo are at the end of the PG&E territory, so we don't get all the great services that utilities offer. So we kind of get forgotten most of the time. So we want to be able to design our own program and get funding back to our community. And we also just received a $487,000 Energy Commission grant to kind of continue our energy action planning through our different cities and county, and we partnered that with California Environmental Council from Santa Barbara. I confused the two CECs, Community Environmental Council. So we partnered with Santa Barbara to get that going. There's 3 questions that our team always asks. How is this going to benefit our local governments? How is it going to benefit our community? And where do we get the money? And we get grants for that. So we're just going to give you a quick update on what it is that we do. And we have a great team that we have that in our CEO's office to do that. So thank you.
Alejandra, thank you for an excellent job. And by the way, every day is Earth Day.
Yes.
So,
Michael, if I may, Chair Zaragoza, as you can tell, Alejandra's very passionate about this, and they're doing a great job. This stuff's going on, and most people probably don't realize it, so I appreciate your board giving the opportunity to talk about it. And if you could introduce your energy team here, some of the folks who are here.
Yeah, so we have Lee Walker, and then we have Kelly Catnott, and I think the rest are doing outreach. It is a month for us, so there's a couple of events that they're currently at now. So,
thank you. Excellent presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next item is public comments, and I have one public comment individual, person that likes to speak, and that's Monica Gray.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
On the tail of the last meeting that I attended, I stumbled upon a photo opportunity with all those wonderful dispatchers, and your public safety personnel that were out there, and I got a moment to thank them. Because, you know, that's who's going to be on the other end of the phone, that reassuring voice. And I didn't realize how quickly we would be needing their services. April 13th, my children and I were on our way up Seaward, and someone jumped out from that yield sign that goes from Channel Drive right onto Seaward. And we drive that route to school every day, so I drive pretty slow, you know, pretty cautiously, because I had a little Honda CRV and all my eggs were in one basket, so pretty slow driver anyway. Have a little bit of driving anxiety from a lot of near accidents when I was younger, so naturally drive a little slow. Plus, you guys know, a little chill sometimes, so I'm not trying to speed through that neighborhood. Long story short, driving slow and looking out for hazards didn't save us. This guy barreled through that yield sign and almost took my kids and I out. As you know, Ronnie's had 3 heart surgeries, and on top of it, he suffered a brain bleed. Even being in the back seat of the car, strapped into the seatbelt, didn't save him from smacking his head on the back of one of the seats. And so we had to be rushed to VCMC. All of your first responders were amazing. The care and compassion shown by the people that lived right in that sector that heard the impact, there were actually 2, because the first impact crumpled, basically broke the axle of my car, made it like I couldn't even move it, but I was still trying to, because it's either you go into oncoming traffic or you try to get over to the right. We got over to the right, thank God, but we hit a tree. So double impact, and my kids were all pretty shaken up by it. My son got to be airlifted to UCLA, and, you know, we wanted to be among his home team, I guess, because that's where he's had all of his heart surgeries. But it kind of renewed my sense of responsibility as a caregiver, because you don't realize how quickly, in an instant, your health can change. I never really understood, like, the big hullabaloo over, like, you know, crashes that weren't that fast. Like, how bad could you really be hurt? My neck, my back. I can totally tell you that every day when I wake up, it's excruciating pain, and it's pretty intense. In the course of time since the accident, I've been offered muscle relaxers, pain relievers, really heavy sedatives. After going through chemotherapy, my veins have collapsed pretty bad in this arm. So when I needed a CT scan, because, you know, the impact of that seatbelt hitting right here where I don't have boobs, so nothing to stop that impact, it still hurts pretty bad. And they were worried, you know, that I might need additional tests. Long story short, I realized that chemo actually kind of put me at a really big disadvantage for any kind of future medical treatments that I might need. As a caregiver, you have to stay effective and on top of it, because now I have world-class neurologists, world-class cardiologists, and they're literally crossing one another in the hallway, contradicting what one team is saying to the other in terms of Ronnie's care. So you have to stay on top of things. 250,000 people die a year from medical mistakes. It happens to the best of hospitals, as evidenced by an article I read in the Star yesterday. So you have to stay on top of things. One thing that has helped me remain an effective caregiver was CBD. Not a psychoactive. Helped with the muscle spasms. Helped me stay bedside with my son for the 4 days that he was at UCLA. But I will tell you that it's all gone. No safe access to it here. And there's nobody in Ventura County that I would trust lab tests from right now to provide safe, effective medicine that would help me remain, you know, an effective caregiver. So that's just one thing that I wanted to mention to you guys, is at UCLA, I piqued the interest of the neurology team and the cardiology team, as well as the team from the Jules Stein Eye Center. These are all world-class hospitals and facilities. They know cannabis has medical benefit, but they're terrified because of the federal scheduling. Please don't let Jeff Sessions and all the rhetoric that's being thrown around about how cannabis is that bad scare you from being compassionate. That's it.
Thank you, Monica, for sharing. And
Thank
is the
you.
baby okay? I know she's holding
He
it
is
now.
doing amazingly well. Ronnie is very resilient, and we're just kind of taking it easy. It looks pretty gnarly, but
Yeah.
trust me when I say it looked a whole lot worse
Yes,
a
right.
week ago. But he's just kind of a little nervous about getting back into the hubbub of school, and he does have a medical clearance. We have a few appointments that we're taking care of, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to let you guys know that I appreciate the take back events that are going on this weekend, and I've been sharing them with people because I'm a firm believer that if you don't ever get hooked on those things, if you don't have to start taking them, you shouldn't, because it's very easy to become addicted to them, and then more events like that become necessary.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the only speaker I had for public comments. Next item is board comments. We'll start off with Supervisor Parks. You know that we changed our agenda here a little bit.
Just
We
say good morning to Monica and hope her son gets well soon. Ronnie, get well soon. Was able to attend a nice celebration just yesterday before the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy with Honorable Fran Pavley, even though not a senator, still honorable, and Beth Pratt with the National Wildlife Federation, where they announced a couple more mountain lions have been discovered, 2 males. And it was interesting, they point out that they are not anticipated to live more than 2 years because of the living in an urban area, the potential of being hit by a car or being poisoned with rat poison are really significant, as well as the limited territory that they have because they are kind of caught on an island. But it was good news to see that still they managed to thrive. We anticipate they'll probably be have some limited genetic diversity, which is another problem there. Usually you can find out who their parents are because they know the DNA of the ones that are out there, and they're all one big family for the most part, until we are able to assist them with some better wildlife corridors. Also attended yesterday morning the opening of the Dr. Richard Grossman Boys and Girls Club out there in Calabasas. It was nice to see it be named after Dr. Grossman, who has played a very instrumental role in our county and in our region, particularly with the Grossman Burn Center, and just realizing what a significant difference he made in the world, always active in public service from his foundations to working with the children that he helped to heal. And it was a very fitting that his name was on the building, and the foundation is given to the Boys and Girls Club out there. Nice to see. And then, unfortunately, one of his best friends and a wonderful also board member of the Boys and Girls Club, Lon Morton, passed away last week. And so I'll ask that we close in honor of Lon Morton. He actually was a pitcher for the LA Angels before he got into the business world. And he also served his country in the National Guard. And his wife, Rocky, I know, is very much miss him, as well as his family. And I think there was about 750 people at his funeral. So obviously missed by many people, made a significant difference, positive difference in our community. And I'd ask that we close in honor of the people on this list. I'd also like to point out we also had Bobby Jean Burnett, who was in our assessor's office as a supervisor. She retired in 2013, and sorry to see that she also has passed away too. And with that, I will those are the completion of my comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list, and there are 2 people that I need to call out. One, Sylvia Ramirez, county employee, began her career in the probation department in 1988 and retired in 2013, so she hasn't been retired that long, and we've lost her after 30-plus years of county service. So to all the people in the county family that knew Sylvia, send out our sympathies. And then also I'd like to call out, we lost Amy Ashworth. Now, Amy Ashworth was a nurse in occupied Holland during the Nazi era of World War II. And she developed a real lifelong passion for justice when that happened. Immigrated by herself to the United States, married, and her two sons ended up coming out and announcing that they were gay. She and her husband founded the PFLAG, that's the Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays, back in the 1970s in New York. Became a national and international organization. They now have 400 chapters across the United States. And they really worked hard for gay civil liberties and trying to get parents to accept their gay children. She was on national television many times, Merv Griffin show, talking about her experiences. She relocated to Ojai in 2007, and people from all over the world would come and visit her. And when our county coroner's office asked her occupation, her husband put her down as a gay activist, and so she's proudly marks her certificate in the annuals of the state of California. So just a real giant in the movement to try to get acceptance of gays here in the United States. And so we've lost two people that I think merit that, and ask the board to adjourn in memory of the rest of the people on the list. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Long.
Thank you, Sharon. Well, our move to the new office has been great. Thank you very much for everyone who's been stopping by at the Camarillo office. It feels like home. We're with our constituents. I went to the symposium for the annual water symposium and wanted to make sure I passed along some information on that. Governor Brown is issuing an executive order to establish long-term statewide water use to make sure they're efficient in drought planning. And so the levels that we are, I don't want everyone to be optimistic that because of the rain we're getting more water. That's probably not the case. And that we will be using water more wisely. We need to be eliminating the water waste, strengthening local drought resilience, and improving ag water use efficiencies. There'll be items for the urban areas along with the unincorporated areas. And I wanted to make sure, and if anyone wants the information, I can supply it. But it was a good article, and wanted to make sure that we touch base on water, as that's a huge issue for us right now, because we definitely aren't in the drought. Also with the EDCVC, I wanted to make sure everyone knew that they're now going to be, they're working with GoBiz, and they're having an international office in China. And what we're trying to do is many of the startup companies come here, and they're not as, they don't have as good of a start. So what we're trying to do is work with companies, say in China, make sure they're all ready to go, and then when they come here, they can be much more successful. And so as we're trying to grow the economy, that's one of the places which is really important, especially since we do a lot of manufacturing there. A lot of good ideas for selling to the market in California as well is really important. So I just wanted to share that. Also, we had a fabulous startup weekend. The Chamber of Commerce for Camarillo. Thank you to Mike Powers. That was a lot of time and effort on your part. But we had a fabulous event. I know Mike's going to talk about Morse, but I just wanted to say kudos to all those startup people that showed up, because we're trying to create new ideas, which create new companies and employment and a lot of good revenue for Ventura County, and we have to promote that as much as we can. Also with the Heritage Valley Transportation Commission, yesterday we approved the change in ridership for the buses. Basically, I want to make sure people know there are some of the non-peak hours on the standard bus routes that we're going to be less, and dial ride is going to be more. So you'll be able to have that flexibility in those areas. With Santa Paula, Fillmore, and Piru, making sure we're meeting the needs of the people and then our constituents, and then also we're redoing the marketing, which is important because we're trying to reach our community. And some people don't have the internet. How do we reach them? So, language barriers, different things. So we're looking at that. Well, I wanted to make sure people knew that that was of interest. Also, Fillmore, and there was many of our constituents were talking about traveling to Moore Park College, and how do we get them there? That has been always a question, but wanted to bring it up because I know we're all sitting on VCTC as well. And then a reminder about AOPA fly-in this weekend. Starts on Friday. You still have you can get tickets. You can go online at aopa.org, and it is going to be a fabulous event. There's only 4 locations in the U.S. that this is chosen. We were the lucky ones this year. It's going to be in the Camarillo Airport. There will be some planes at the Oxnard. They're camping out. They're going to be shopping. They're learning more about how to fly planes, what the newest technology is, and so forth. So that's going to be a fabulous event on Saturday. I'll be there as well. We also have the Relay for Life in Santa Paula. We had it just recently in Camarillo, so Santa Paula will be. And just great things going on in Ventura County. So that's only a couple of items I wanted to make sure I shared with you today. And I'd like to adjourn in the memory of these 2 people. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Foy.
Thank you. Journal people on this list, and call out one, Tom Palacios, a long time, 30-year friend of mine personally, and that's why I wasn't here last week at this board meeting. He and I spent a lot of time, his son and I are really good friends, my neighbor. And matter of fact, where I built my house, I bought from him. And he and I had spent a lot of time in Colorado together, in the mountains together. He has a big ranch at 10,000 feet up, and we'd spent a lot of time out there. And just a wonderful, generous guy. And anyway, he'll be missed. And it was good to see all the people that come from all over from Texas and everywhere just to say goodbye. So anyway, it was tough, but he's a great guy. Anyway, also just real quick on, we saw some of the stuff that came out of the CLU economic research stuff, and as the economics in our state are getting tough, some other places are doing better than us, and we need to do whatever we can do. We're still in that slow pattern of growth. Our state's underperforming compared to most of the other states, and we want to be careful that we, at this low level, don't add to any of that as companies start to leave. And as it's tough. As we saw, the Federal Reserve Bank pointed out, Ventura County is now one of the most expensive places to live, so along with Napa and Marin. So you wouldn't think of, I know growing up in Northern California, you think of some of those areas, Napa and Marin, it's very tough. So whatever we got to do to, the comments that and things that we do here to help spur any type of opportunity to keep some of that middle-class jobs here and keep the growth going. We saw our taxes were, sales taxes down. It's tough as people spend more money on rents, and it's hard to go out and buy and go to restaurants and do all those kind of things. So anyway, it's just something happened. Also, from this board, we've talked about the Gold Coast having a diversity officer. They just hired Douglas Freeman as a new chief diversity officer. So he had his first meeting yesterday. So that's happened. So, and I'm sure that we'll be hearing a report to the Board of Supervisors from the Gold Coast here in the next month or two. So, all right, my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd like to report that I held an informational immigration workshop at Cesar Chavez and school in Oxnard, and that was attended by the Consulate Hernandez and his assistant Jaime Cerritos. Also, the Christy McAuliffe principal was there, Dr. Duran, and he was there on behalf of Cesar Morales, the superintendent of Oxnard School District. Also, Captain Todd Ingus and Sergeant Albert Miramontes, from the Sheriff Department was there, and also a commander from the Oxnard PD representing Chief Whitney, and also Vanessa Frank, an immigration lawyer. We had a very good discussion there on immigration. Then also attended the AWA Annual Symposium, and I think Supervisor Long did a nice presentation, so I won't repeat that. The gentleman was from Merced, right? He did an excellent job on water. He says the drought is not over, so save the water and continue conserving. Also attended the Oxnard Police Activity League dinner. That was a fundraiser for Oxnard. There was one young man that I when I was there with the Oxnard City Council, he was only about, I don't know, maybe 10 years old. He was a PAL member, went over and worked there, and they mentored him, and he went on to college. He's got his bachelor's degree, he's got his master's degree, and then went on to law school. And now he's the assistant city attorney for the city of Oxnard. Little PAL, they did an excellent job and made an excellent presentation, on behalf of the community. And now he's the hero of Oxnard for the year. So, excellent program. And that's all I have, and I'd like to adjourn in memory of the folks on this list. Thank you. Mr. Michael?
Thank you, Chair Zaragoza. Legislative updates, so we'll be hearing about an IHSS agreement with the governor, hopefully right around the time of the May revise. Of course, the state revenues are going to have a big impact on what that looks like. This is one of the biggest months of the year, obviously, for those revenues. It's too early to tell, but so far it looks like personal and corporate tax revenues are up $800 million. And recall in January, the governor said there was about a $1.6 billion deficit. So kind of halfway there, but sales tax revenue is down. So the picture is still emerging. As Supervisor Long said, we did have the second annual startup weekend, which is kind of fun because the startup weekend itself was a startup. You try it, you don't know if it's going to work or not, and you're going to show up. You throw a party and see if anybody comes. But we had good turnout the first time, and we had better turnout the second time. We had about 40-plus really good ideas pitched on Friday night, and appreciate Supervisor Long being there to kick it off. And then through that whole weekend, these really innovative people, along with IT people, attorneys, engineers, especially engineers, helped craft them into really full-fledged ideas and proof of concept. And then that was distilled down to 13 projects. And those were presented to the judges on Sunday afternoon. I, along with Kim Milstein from VCMC, participated in the judges panel, and it was tough. These are really well done professional presentations, and they cover a lot of ground in a really short period of time. And it came down to this. So this is all about IT, healthcare, and ag. Big parts of our community here, trying to create good paying jobs. And the ones that won, we'll have them come to your board so you can actually hear from the folks, because it'll be fun. But the one that won was called Sprightly. It's a mobile allergy app for parents to be able to identify potential allergies for their children. The ag project was one that it was a special covering to help cover reservoirs on ag properties to prevent evaporation, which is a big issue. And then the People's Choice Award, it didn't win the Judges Award, but the People's Choice Award was a thing called Head to Head, which basically uses gaming to identify concussion symptoms. So really some very creative and clever thinking with some good solid business plans and so forth. So even the ones who don't win the prize, they use it as an opportunity to further hone their ideas and develop them. Some of the ones who didn't win last time are still moving forward with their projects. So it was really fun, good energy, even better participation, and appreciate also Matt Carroll, Paul Stamper being there. And so we'll stay tuned and we'll bring that to your board.
What was the age for those children? Or those
From
It was from middle school
to seniors.
Adults. Seniors.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of physicians involved. So, it's a full spectrum.
Fantastic.
It's really exciting to see sort of that creativity just sort of take place before you.
And I would like to mention, because Haley is a favorite of mine, Haley Jeffers, she is an 8th grader who won the spelling bee last year and this year. Her project is the allergy that won. And her parents were there in support and so forth. It was very...
Some of the judges said later, in a positive way, she scares me. In a good way. She's just brilliant. And she's got 2 brilliant parents as well. So, just a lot of great ideas popping. Also, of equal importance, the corporate games is coming down to it. May 6th is the closing ceremony. We're running a little bit behind Amgen, but we're gaining on them. We're a 4th quarter team. So we'll hang in there and go counting. So also want to let you know that there's an opioid policy symposium going to be put on by Gold Coast Health Plan on May 5th at 8:30 at the Ventura Beach Marriott. Management Council is having its annual barbecue May 18th at the Freedom Center at Camarillo Airport. And then lastly, just want to recognize a lot of our great leadership here at the county gets awards, and sometimes we hear about it, sometimes we don't. I want to make sure you know that El Concilio is giving their Latino Leadership Awards, and 2 of our folks are recipients. One is our probation chief, Mark Varela, and the other is our co-director of trauma, Dr. Javier Romero. And then also VC Innovates is having a Pathfinder Award celebration May 4th at Spanish Hills. And again, 2 of our leaders here are being recognized, our IT director, Mike Pettit, as well as our Ag Commissioner, Henry Gonzalez. And that's it. Thank you.
You know what we also forgot to mention is the VCLA, the Ventura County Leadership Academy, that we are able to attend and see their honorees too. But that is such a great program. I'm so glad that it continued and sustaining. It spun off of the United Way, right? And then now they are their own nonprofit. And I think it's just a great program and offers some wonderful learning abilities for everybody who is able to be selected to go through their courses.
Absolutely right, Supervisor. And that was a great event. I think that's the biggest event they've ever had. So there's a lot of momentum. Appreciate all of our county teams that go there and our department heads for supporting their people. And Kim Prilhart, our planning director, was asked to speak too, which was a really nice honor, and she did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And board members and Mike, I just want to thank all our excellent employees that we have. We have excellent, very intelligent employees, and they participate. I just want to thank all of you for the good work that you're doing. It's really, we have 9,000 some employees and 9,300, so 9,299 are okay, and Mike, you're
On the point one.
you're 0.1. Thank you again. Excellent report. Next item is the consent items, 11 to 25. We're pulling item 25 to be a regular agenda item. What's the pleasure of the board?
I just wanted to make sure, my technology works. I just wanted to make sure on item 13, I appreciate the win-win with GSA, working with Kiegas Water District. I think that's important that we are working with our companies to do better decisions and help them out with this.
Okay, so we need a second. We got a second. Please vote.
Mr. Chair, for the record,
Yes,
there
sir.
also is a revised Exhibit 1 for item number 11 that was distributed to your board this morning.
Okay, thank you.
I also laud our county for working with the Cayugas Municipal Water District in being able to do a joint liquidation of furniture together and
That's right.
be able to assist them so they get more bang for their bucks too.
Thank you. Okay, please vote. And that's approved. And now we go to the regular agenda item. We have item 25, treasurer tax collector. From the consent was moved over to regular.
Good morning. I'm Stephen Hintz, Ventura County's Treasurer Tax Collector.
Good morning.
I speak before you actually vote on item 25 on the consent agenda. I need to report to you that Exhibit 1 of item 25, which is the report of investments covering the month of March, is incorrect. If it were only that my name was misspelled, I probably would not come in on this, but it's a $30 million error that is reported incorrectly, and I want to make sure that you're aware of it. It involves a transaction that we made selling $30 million of our shares in the local agency investment fund, the state's LAIF. They're handled, those transactions with LAIF and Cal Trust are handled differently from the ordinary investment transaction. Our custodian receives by computer all of the transactions that we make, bonds, commercial paper, whatever we buy. However, for LAIF and Cal Trust, the burden is on us to report those transactions to our custodian, Wells Fargo. So we sold $30 million of LAIF on 2 March. Exhibit 2 of the report, the list of transactions, this nice green thing with one big red transaction, which is the transaction we're discussing, reflects the sale. We notified our custodian, as usual, by email the day this transaction settled. The sales proceeds showed up in our bank, and we immediately reinvested them, and everything seemed fine. Wells Fargo sent us the end of month report that is Exhibit 1, the incredibly small print report that lists all of the securities held by the Ventura County Investment Pool. We did not reconcile that report before submitting it to the board. and that was a mistake because it was wrong.
It's only 30 million.
Only 30 million. Fortunately, the sharp eyes of the internal audit part of the Auditor Controller's Office did reconcile the report and did notice that it was wrong. Fortunately, Treasury Manager Connie Moss saves everything, and she had all the paperwork explaining what had happened, and we immediately contacted Wells Fargo. I suspect that our disappointment in them was conveyed adequately. Anyway, the error was discovered too late to amend the exhibit, so here I am.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have implemented procedures, which is to say we're going to call up the Wells Fargo report at least weekly now during the month, and anytime there's an unusual transaction involving Lace or CalTrust, we'll do it the day after the transaction so that we can be sure that this report is adequate from now on. And I am grateful to the Auditor Controller for noticing this matter and to the board for giving me the opportunity to come before you vote on this.
And board members, I'd just like to share that I had the opportunity now, I'm a member of your team, you know, the investment team. It's just I want to share with the public and the board, I mean, that your auditing and your work that you do, they're just fantastic. You know, that you have excellent committee members and staff members that do an excellent job at tracking our investments and making sure that we're up to speed. And that's a good opportunity right there where they caught that error, you know. So I just want to thank you for, you know, for the good work that you do.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? Item 25. Okay, we got a first. Need a second. Okay, please vote. That's approved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Michael?
I too have to amend my comments. These things happen fast in the corporate games. Christy just told me that we're actually ahead of Amgen in the medal count, 93 to 74. So, thank you.
I like that people are actually watching our board meeting and keeping us up on our toes. I think that's great.
Okay. Our next item 35, is recommendation from Supervisor Parks to appoint.
This just in, we are ahead. That's good. I would ask that the board accept my recommendation of Elise Lazar to the Ventura County Campaign Finance Ethics Commission. Elise was an ethics commissioner when the commission was disbanded and now willing to serve again. She's an attorney in good standing who has worked in-house as a legal and as a legal advisor for the State Bar of California. She specifically on ethics issues. And she has also served as an interim city attorney for the city of Thousand Oaks, and she currently serves on the Ventura County Civil Service Commission. So if I'm able to, I'd like to make that motion. There we go. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a
Yes.
question? Thank you. Sorry, I need to push my button. I just wanted to ask the board, I understood that she serves on more than one. And I asked the clerk of the board because just trying to understand what the path that we're as boards is doing. Just making sure, so it doesn't matter if someone is on two boards or more, but are we trying to make sure that we reach the breadth of people so that we have as many volunteers as we possibly can? I'm just trying to ask nicely because I'm sure she's appropriate for this. I just wanted to know what the feeling of the board is on that. So is most of the time we try to set a person on a commission so that, you know, we have more people, or is it okay to set more than one or two depending? I wasn't sure and I didn't know what everyone's feelings were on that.
Leroy, there's no conflict there, is there? It's just,
There's no conflict.
okay, it's just,
That's just a policy choice of the board.
Okay.
okay.
And each district makes their choice depending on that. And then,
And I'm thinking also that the Ethics Commission probably may hear a case in a couple of years from now.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, it's not an ongoing meeting monthly type of thing, but it does could get work in a short period of time during an election.
Okay, because I know there's others coming on, and I was noticing that, so I just wanted to ask the question. Okay, thank you.
Okay, please vote. And that is approved. And now item 36, a recommendation by Supervisor Bennett to appoint Donald Becker.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recommend Don Becker for board's consideration to the Campaign Finance Ethics Commission. Mr. Becker is somebody the county has had confidence in. We called him in a few times on some issues years ago, and that's how we got to know him as a outside consultant who helped with some of the workman's comp issues, et cetera, that we had in terms of being a consultant. And so we then appreciated his service, and we appointed him to the Civil Service Commission also. So he's had a good reputation in county government in terms of his service. He's somebody who's very supportive of the campaign finance ordinance, and I think that he would do an excellent job for us.
Okay. The first and the second, please vote. And that's approved. And my item is I'd like to recommend Dr. Richard Duarte to be appointed to the County of Ventura Campaign Finance Ethics Commission. Mr. Duarte is a strong candidate for this position. He's dedicated and committed to serve the Campaign Finance Ethics Committees. He is pleased and his willingness to represent the residents of Ventura County. He was also the superintendent of the Oxnard School District for many, many years, and also was appointed and serves in numerous other CAGs. So he'll be a very significant individual that will help us in this commission. So I'd like to appoint him at this. Please vote. Correspondence at all that? Nope. So our next item is a 9:30 item. So we have about 5-10 minutes. So we'll break till about 9:30. Thank you. We'll be back. Thank you. We'd like to resume our meeting, and the next item is item 26, time cert. And this is receive and file update on presentation by Public Works Agency Transportation Department multi-year paving plan. Dave.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Zaragoza, Supervisors, Mr. Powers, for the record, I'm Dave Fleisch with the Public Works Agency. Also, I have with me this morning from our Operations and Maintenance Division, Mr. Jorge Martinez, who's sitting right back there. He's essentially being me for a day. I offered for him to come up and provide this presentation, but he respectfully declined, so I guess I have to stand up here and provide this.
Thank you for being here, Mike.
Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Perfect. There we go. Again, good morning. This is the agenda of the items that I will cover. I would like to note that when we began preparing this presentation, it was not going to be a very good news presentation. We were going to be struggling with talking with your board about what funding would need to be required in order to maintain our pavement. The good news is that on April 6th, that changed. And I will talk about SB1 a little bit later, but on April 6th, the state legislature passed SB1, and that will provide a little over $5 billion a year statewide for transportation purposes. What that will allow us to do with that money, and I'll explain how that works as I go through this, we'll be able to maintain our pavement condition index at 75, which your board has previously directed us to do. The previous pavement plan that your board approved in December of 2015 had roads that were prioritized from 1 through 5. Almost all of the priority 1 roads have been resurfaced, as you can see here, and about a third each of priority 2 and 3 have been completed as well. So the remaining of the 2 and 3 roads and those that were in priorities 4 and 5 previously have been rolled into essentially the priorities 1 and 2 of this plan. As of this month, our pavement condition index for the county roads is 76. So you ask 75 or better, and we're there.
That's the average, Dave?
That's the average across the county, and I'll talk a little bit later about how that spreads across the districts and what do we do to try to make sure that that's relatively even. As you note here from this chart,
Dave,
And I'm not sure if you're going to address this later, but how does that number compare to the other cities in the area, statewide number and all that? If you're going to get to it, that's fine.
thank you. No, actually, I don't have that specifically in this presentation, but I can address that. There's a statewide local streets and roads assessment that's been done every other year since 2008. The statewide average right now is about 67, and
So
so
we're way ahead.
we're significantly above that. The desired condition index is 80 or better. So we're on the higher end of that group. Within the county here, the county-wide, cities and the county are above 70 overall. I think Thousand Oaks and Camarillo are at the 2 highest, and they're near 80, and it varies across the cities from there.
Okay.
So this chart shows you where we are today with the different categories of pavement condition. So they go from very good, which is 100 to 70, to good, and on down to poor and failed. One of the things that can be confusing is just because a road is in the lower side doesn't mean that we fix that first. We try to spread with the funding that we have to keep the condition up. What I can tell you, though, however, is over the last several years, since 2014, we've gone from 74% to 78% in the very good category. We've gone from 27 to 16 miles in the poor category, so that's gone down. And we've gone from 45 miles to 33 miles in the fair category. So we are moving everything up. And the intent through this plan over the next several years is to try to eliminate those poor to failed roads as much as we can. Recognizing the curve that goes along with this, when you're getting down in the poor to failed, you're talking 10 to 15 times what it costs to repair that road because it's a complete rebuild as opposed to the one that we're just doing a resurfacing. So we try to layer those in a little bit each year, so the hope is over the next several years we'll be able to get that red bar up there down to almost nothing. So this is where we are across the supervisorial districts, and I neglected on this slide to put the number of miles, so I've asked, and you have a slide that has the actual numbers of miles per each district. You can see from 2012 to today, not only has the network PCI moved up, but the disparity between the districts has gone down. Some of this is a science of numbers. As you see, both Supervisor Zaragoza and Supervisor Foy have smaller mileage in their districts. So we do a paving project, and that has a much larger effect on the average PCI on the smaller number of miles than on the larger. And we try to spread that the best that we can. And as you see there, across the county, we're above 75 in all districts but one, and we're very close there. And we've just are completing some projects in District 1, so I suspect that we'll see that get to above 75 here in the not too distant future.
The new one that we have here, we have 542 total miles,
Correct.
which is good. Yeah.
Center line miles, and that's
Center line miles, yeah.
been fairly static since the mid-'80s. It goes up and down. We lose part of a road, we gain part of a road, but we've been between 540 and 550 since the mid-'80s.
And
So
Dave,
that's
what does this center line miles mean?
That means
For
that
the-
for a stretch of road, whether it's 2-lane or 4-lane or 6-lane, it's just 1 mile long. Where we are in the county is our center line miles is about half of our lane miles. So if you look at the math of our roads, most of them are 2-lane roads. But that also tells you we have some that are 1-lane roads because we have some that are 4. So, but in general,
So one lane
most of
mile.
ours are two-lane roads.
Okay.
Previously, when we spoke with your board, you gave us direction to keep the PCI at 75 or better across the county. In order to do that financially, this is what we propose that we will need to do over the next 5 years. And this, you see the 3 and the jump to 6 and 7 is budget-based as well as just a desire-based. And the next slide, I will explain that. And I apologize for the busyness of this. I'll try to explain this, and then I have a recap of this in words a little bit later that'll talk more about the specifics of SB1. Again, this chart shows quite a bit. The green bar on the right is our total projected revenue. As a reminder, the highway user tax account or the gas tax is the funding that we receive for work on our your road network. The only exception to that is if we get specific project funding, federal funds or state funds for a specific project. But for maintenance purposes and for the general day-to-day things that we do, the highway user tax account or the gas tax is all the money that we receive. And so the projection for that total, the new money coming from SB1 plus our existing revenue that we were getting at full implementation is about $29 million. But that will take a couple of years to get there. The current projection we have for next year, for this coming fiscal year, is just short of $20 million. That's a conservative estimate, we think, and so what we're suggesting to your board or requesting in this paving plan is to put $3 million of paving approved so that should we get additional funding, which we think we're going to get, it's a matter of when the money flows from the state, that we have available an approved plan to do that and in our budget to do that. If we only get the $19.8 million next year, then we won't be able to do any paving next year. Just the mechanics of costs.
Sorry, so your request, are you saying that you're asking for the Board of Supervisors to provide another 3.2 million?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
We're asking you to approve the plan here, and we're asking that if we get
Additional.
a less conservative amount, they've estimated very conservatively what SB1 is going to provide. If we get more than they've estimated, then we'll apply that to paving.
Okay.
So this isn't a request for money, it's a...
Okay, it's a hidden request?
No, it's not.
Just kidding. If the 3.2 doesn't come in, and basically what you're making that assumption on is if people slow down because of new taxes or whatever, they're slowing down, whatever, we don't know if it's all going to come through. And so I understand what you're doing. That's good to be conservative. But what would that mean in your plan if the 3.2 didn't show up?
Primarily, we would just push this bar out a year. So 19 would be the 3 million, and we would continue on out. So it would move this slide to the right, and we might see a dip to 74 or maybe even 73 before we went back up.
Right, because at that, okay, so that's really what you're saying, is that without the 3 million, then we could lose a little bit of our higher ranking that we've had.
Correct. We would just defer those projects till the next fiscal year.
Okay.
Just move it over. Yeah.
Okay, but is that, in a sense, I guess I'm just trying to look, because what you had said about the red and the yellows back before, those red and yellows that were bare, and those, you said when you get to poor or fail, that's 15 times as much to do that work, or 10 times as much, or some number, because you're rebuilding,
Correct.
basically rebuilding the roads at that point,
Correct.
tearing them up and rebuilding.
Correct.
So are we, and I guess this is, Mr. Powers, I've talked a little bit about funding for roads and things, but I guess I'm just getting to that point where you've done such a great job over the years to get us up that 78%, but we still have some of those 13s and 6s and 3s in that good fare. And
Correct.
if we push this out a little bit, does it still risk us a little bit of not, or taking some of those those yellow fares down into the poorer good? Because you have to use some of the other money to keep the 78s. I know you really want to do that, just that overlay, because then it helps keep that road from going lower on you.
That's a complicated question. I'll try to answer it, and if
Okay.
I don't hit your mark, please let me know.
Okay, that's fine.
When we do the paving plan, the roads that you see on the list in front of you, it's a mix of overlays, complete reconstruction, some just surface treatment, slurry seals, or microsurfacing, and that's intended as a mix to keep some of those that are getting to like maybe 65 or 68, push them back up. And those are fairly cheap are fairly inexpensive ways to do things. It has some where we're doing overlays, and it has some
And you
reconstruction.
do that because also if I waited a couple of years, that would, good 60, it may drop me quicker because I could just, especially
Yes,
after
sir.
big rain years like we had and those kind of things, right?
Yes, sir. So to answer directly what you're saying, a year of delay is not super problematic.
Okay.
3 or 4 years would be.
Okay, and that's what I was trying to get at, was if we do one delay and we're short, like Supervisor Parks has to, you asking for money, now, the 1 year is not the big deal, it's the 2 or 3, especially if we have another couple of bad rain years, then it really does add some.
Correct.
Real expense to fix that.
And the estimate on SB1 has to do with the timing of the money coming, and some front-end payouts on that. And we're still actually trying to learn how the whole thing works.
Okay.
CSAC is having a webinar on Friday that I'm actually going to be sitting in to try to learn a little bit more about exactly what the implementation of this means and what do they think. So it's a pretty fast-moving train right now in terms of what's the money. There's some of it that we believe is fenced based on what we've been told. We're working through all of that right now. Actually, I'll get to that in
Okay.
just a second.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Supervisor Long and then Parks.
My question was, you have the projection of 6,777,000. Is there any reason why you're choosing exactly the 3? If you go back to that slide, the one with the green bar. Okay. Anyways, those aren't the one. So the first projection is 3.8. Is that very conservative? 3.2. Is that conservative, or should we be planning for 5 just in case? I'm just trying to understand where you got the 3.2.
I think that's realistic. What we did is looked at our paving plan. We looked at what we felt was in the art of the possible financially. The expectation is we're not going to see money until probably this time next year. And the ability to execute next year with only 3 months of the fiscal year left, we're going to do the design up front, but we're not going to award any contracts. I can only do so much work in that short period. So $3 million's doable. Much more than that we would get into the next year anyway, and then we would just go to execute the next year.
Thank you. I appreciate the reasoning behind that.
Sorry, that was a good point, because you talk about execution. Is it going to be an issue that because of all this additional money coming, I know I've got a friend who does big paving all over the state, and he's all excited about this deal, but he's talking about prices of asphalt going up and labor, and is it going to be hard to execute because everybody's going to be working, or you probably have a slide on that?
That's a great question, and this actually shows you what we've done over the last several years in terms of expenditures, and we've been paving at the $8 to $10 million over the last 3 years, so it's not really significantly different than what we have. Your board has directed us to spend down the road fund, which we have. As you see, it's gone from $33 million in 2015 to about $10 million now, and we've been doing that kind of work, so I don't see a huge change. About 50% of the sort of revenue that there's an even split between the cities and counties and Caltrans, and so he may be referring to some of the work for Caltrans as
I was
well.
just curious if there's going to be all that tied up, because people are busy because there's money now to do work, so.
I don't think it's going to put that much of a strain on the contract.
Supervisor Parks.
The next slide where you're showing that you have 10 million, 10.8 million in reserves, why not take some of that so you don't have the 3.2 shortfall?
We've done an analysis working with the CEO's office and CFO, and we are comfortable in the 10 to 15 million range just to have cash because of, for example, any projects we do that are federally funded, we have to do the work first and then get reimbursed. Our expenditures, as you see from this slide, at $20 million a year for operations, that's a day-to-day business. That's about $1.5 million a month. The way the gas tax comes, sometimes they go 2 months without paying us. If we have a disaster, we generally have to front the money. So 10 to 15 million is a comfortable number. Much below that, we're concerned about not having
Otherwise, you're
cash.
going to be before the board asking for a loan, huh?
Yes, sir.
It is nice to see that you will have a significant cushion coming in.
Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor Long, you have another question?
Nope, I'm going to
Okay.
wait on this one.
Well, Dave, I was looking at your conditions here of the PCI going back to 2012 to now. It's really improved tremendously, from 70 to 76, which is, I think, is great, and now SB1 is really going to help us even more so, is that?
I don't know that
No?
it'll help us more so
But
as
at
much
least
as it'll help us maintain
maintain.
what your board's directed us to do.
I just was curious, look at that chart. How did that District 5 get all those, the 80s? I mean, does the chair always get something? Is that what it is, or what?
No, we're very careful of how we use it.
I plead the fifth on that question, sir.
We're only at 84%, so, PCAs are 84,
Again,
excuse me.
just to recap on this, as you see, we don't expect full implementation really until 2020. And so we've tried to phase what we think our expenditures are going to be across the next several years. We've talked to this already. So from SB1, what we understand today is that it generates about $15 million for Ventura County, unincorporated county, in new revenue. And that revenue, we believe, is fenced. It's supposed to be primarily for maintenance. That does include operations. There are some projects, safety in nature, active transportation, complete streets type projects, but not overall improvement projects that are allowed through this money. Where we see this going is, as I showed, about $20 million a year in operations. About the first $4 to $5 million out of that SB1 money will cover just day-to-day operations. The $6 to $7 million a year for pavement treatment at full implementation, which is what I showed you previously. For every grant that we apply for, there is a local match, and over the last 5 years, we've averaged about $3 million a year in grant funding, and we fund about, our local match is about a third, so it's about $1 million a year. And then the remainder, that $1 to $2 million, would be either for some local bridges, which we have. Half of our bridge inventory is local bridges we can't get funding for. We need to replenish some of that road fund up closer to the $15 million, and then it gives us some available for projects.
Is that going to help us with the Harbor Road project over the Santa Clara?
That's a great question. Your board approved earlier today a feasibility study on the harbor project. This money would not be allowed to be used for that because that's an improvement project, so it would not be allowed for that project.
So are you saying with that, what you said, so this kind of money is maintenance, not improvement?
Not improvement.
Correct.
Unless it's a safety improvement?
What I've read so far is safety improvements, and those are things like if you have intersections, you need to add a signal because you've got some concerns. If you've got run-off-the-road accidents and we need to do perhaps a left turn lane or a right turn lane, those sorts of things. It does allow, at least in the initial guidance from CSAC, it does allow for complete streets and active transportation, which are bike and pedestrian sort of projects. So again, we're looking for more clarification.
So you
on
can
that.
get bike and pedestrian, but the idea of, like John had asked, Supervisor Zaragoza had asked, you can't do these kind of projects with that money.
Correct. Improvement projects that are just purely road widenings for capacity and so forth are not allowed to be funded with this.
Supervisor Parks?
Regarding operations, would that be something like street sweeping? We know we've had complaints about, bicyclists stuck behind rumble strips and they come up to an obstacle and they have to go into the rumble strips, and that's really dangerous for the cyclists. So that was something that we were talking about at the Transportation Commission on those major arterials where there are cyclists, if operations would fall into that street sweeping category.
An example is Santa Rosa
Road.
Road.
To answer your question, yes, and the current practice that we have based upon, I guess, unofficial policy from your board is we don't provide what are called, what I call municipal services. Street lights, street sweeping, those sorts of things. Those areas that we have, they're paid for predominantly by the residents through a county service area. On a complaint basis, we go out and sweep, but we don't do it on a routine basis. Should your board want us to do that on a routine basis, we can certainly come back to you with what the cost of that is to do.
Certainly, we have areas throughout the county that pay street sweeping, but that's usually in their neighborhoods.
Correct.
But when it's on a major arterial connecting, two cities, for example, I don't think you can expect that it's the job of the residents to take care of that, and there's a general benefit to all the public on those. So, or maybe it's a shared thing, but at any rate, it's something for us to discuss. Right now, your policy doesn't call for it.
We handle it on a complaint basis rather than on a every month or every
Right.
other month
You
basis.
be careful, you start getting complaints weekly.
I was going to say, you're going to, all of a sudden with that comment, you're going to get complaints
Well,
now.
we validate the complaints
Yeah.
also and don't necessarily go every time we get a complaint, so, but we do handle it
Right. But,
periodically.
and again, we're trying to become more cycling friendly, and that's one way we can do it.
If I was to ask you something, or going back to her comment, though, about trying to figure out how to share that, we do see on the freeways and some other streets at different places where they have, you know, the Parks family does this kind of a thing in this area. Yeah, do we have that kind of a program where that would, where people could do and say, I want to sponsor this part and be sweep? And is there ways to come up with ways to do that?
We do have an Adopt a Road program.
Yeah.
Right now, we have one road, Tierra Rajada, that is in that program. However, we restrict that to not the surface of the road, but the dirt shoulder for picking up trash. From a safety perspective, I don't think I'd want somebody volunteering to be out there with the broom.
No, but I was wondering if we use, if all of a sudden, you know, people donate that, they're donating
Can they
this
do
much
it?
money, and it's sweeping once a month or sweeping, I mean, is there, I guess what I was saying, since you have that, is there ways to try to bring what she had said? Because there's no question, sometimes you drive and go, man, when was the last time this place was swept? I mean, you know, and that's,
Right.
I just got a complaint off of Terra Rajada, where somebody's I go to the city, I go to the county, and I said, well, go to the city, even though that's a county road, because he goes, it looks like, you know, whatever, people throwing stuff off the off-ramp. But I mean, is there ways to come up with those kind of programs if we wanted to, as a board, put something together?
I'm sure there is. I would look to the CEO for guidance about us soliciting money. I'm not sure that I would want to
okay.
go do
Just
that personally. but-
Noting
Prince.
that it is our responsibility to provide roadway for bicyclists also. And so just as we sweep the road, we should be also conscious that we sweep the bike lane, and that's not always the case, because that's not part of the culture.
Dave, from that $2 million, can we come up with a signal light over at Real Mesa?
While we're at it.
What will that?
You know, also, since we brought forward the bicycling suggestion regarding sweeping, we have a workshop coming up shortly, hopefully, on bicycles. And one of the recommendations is to widen when you're paving so that there's room for cyclists, not necessarily making bike lanes, but to widen the shoulders when they're unpaved and all. When we go and approve this today, and it's improving your calculations based on not widening the shoulders, how would we then change it if the board does decide that we want to include that policy?
We amended it.
I would ask that you allow me to come back with a recommendation on that. We did provide some data in last time we presented on the cost to do that. I can bring that back and suggest that, because many of our roads, there's no ability to widen the shoulders. There's only certain ones that are.
Right.
And-
And this would be obviously where it's feasible, and but the point that I'm raising is you want to come back, and we are having that study session where that will be brought forward.
Correct.
But if we prove this today, will we have to approve a new plan after we make that policy, if we make it?
This
You wanna
plan
come back?
is providing just maintenance on the existing road, and with the funding available to keep the road at the condition that your board has directed us. It doesn't include improvements
Yeah.
to shoulders. Should your board want us to do that, I think that would be one on a case-by-case rather than a blanket statement in here that says that. And we can certainly come back as perhaps part of the bike lane study session and give you those areas where we think that would be feasible and appropriate.
Okay, and because certainly the priorities that you have placed on those roads, there wouldn't be enough money for all those ones that you have listed if we add this item to widen shoulders on roads that are, for example, used heavily by cyclists and they don't have any shoulder that's paid. Okay, it sounds like we have to do it in steps, obviously, because that's not part of the consideration before us today.
Supervisor Bennett and Foy.
So I want to be clear here, because this does not allow for any improvements. Are you saying that if we adopt a more expansive policy when we have our bike lane study session, that this money couldn't be used when we're repaving roads. That's the time to add some, some extra foot, an extra couple feet if you can, for bicycle safety. You're saying this money couldn't be used for that?
No, sir. I believe that this can be used for active transportation, which would include bike lane installations. I'm only saying that we plan the existing money right now just to maintain the roads without adding the shoulders. And we can certainly bring more information back to you.
So when we have that discussion, I think it's on the 23rd.
Yes, sir.
That we were scheduled to have that. So when we have that discussion, if we do decide that we want to try to make things more bicycle friendly and have that be our policy, then you would have to adjust this schedule some?
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. And and taking action today doesn't rule that possibility out?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you
Supervisor
very much.
Floyd? Excuse me.
I'm just not going to ask you any more questions. I'll probably let you get through your presentation.
Thank you, sir. So for the paving plan.
You started it.
That's why I wanted to.
For the paving plan, what we're proposing, again, is $3 million out of the $3 million for next year, assuming the funding comes from SB1, and then $6 to $7 million annually when it's fully implemented. What this does, the plan in front of you, is the priority 1 and 2 roads, which are essentially what's left from the previous plan, are 47 miles worth of roads that you see in the list. And those are the only ones that are currently prioritized. The remaining that you see 3 through 5, because we weren't expecting the funding to come, had not done a depth of prioritization on those. So we will need to come back to your board next year anyway for an amendment to this plan. And if your board chooses to ask us to do widenings, we would incorporate it into the next go-around of this. And so I don't think there's any harm in what we're asking today, keeping in mind that $3 million for next year may not happen if the funding doesn't come.
Fully. It might not happen fully.
Or at all.
Of it all, yeah. Supervisor Parks, you have any additional questions?
There we go.
That's a recommend.
So pending your questions and.
Okay, I have a question now. In regards to the documents that you gave to us in the multi-year pavement plan, total amount of miles was 143.1 miles, right?
Yeah.
But you provided today a center line miles of 542.65. So the numbers on your list, that's only 26% of the numbers off of this.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just trying to correlate what you're talking about.
Generally, roads are resurfaced on around a 20-year cycle. So if you laid that 542 miles out over a 20-year cycle, you'd be looking at 25-ish miles a year. But that's for significant treatments and overlay or so forth. We mix into the plan so that 140 some odd miles, some of those are just surface treatments. So it would be a slurry seal or a microsurfacing, which is on the few cents per square foot, less than $1 per square foot, to some overlays, which are in the few dollars a square foot, and there's a couple of reconstructions in there. So there are roads that are on that list that might have gotten a surface treatment and overlay 10 or 12 years ago, and they're just getting a slurry seal now. It really depends upon how much volume of traffic is on the road, what it's used for. The smaller residential streets that don't get much traffic, or some of the low-use rural roads, we may go 25 years without doing anything. Some other roads we may do every 10 years just because of what's there.
Okay, the reason why is in my district, I looked at 160 miles that is going to be repaved, and I got really excited. And then when I look at this page, and it's only 29% of this 143, it's a little not as transparent. So I'm trying to make sure that what we're talking about is we're going to be doing 143.1 miles, and the total is 542.
Yes, ma'am. That's right.
I just want to make sure there wasn't confusion on that.
Yeah, and I apologize for that. The 542 is the total amount within the network. what's in the paving plan, the 140
Okay.
some odd miles, is what we would propose in the next 5 years to receive some sort of treatment.
Okay, so it's about 26% of our roads will be repaved in the next 5 years.
Right, and if you do the math on that, that's about a quarter of the roads in a 20-year cycle. So we're on track with where we think we need to be with
Okay.
that.
Supervisor Foy?
Yeah, when you use that 20-year cycle, is that a industry standard cycle? I mean, in our area, or is that, I know we used to be, a long time before we started getting money years ago, but what is a normal standard?
It's really driven more by what the condition index is than the years. We generally say about 20 years. A road needs to be touched about every 20 years. But we have a bad year of rain. It causes a lot more damage, and so we may have to speed that up. We have a number of roads in the county that are very old, that don't have much base underneath. It's just asphalt. Those require more maintenance. The newer roads require less. And so it's, I'm not trying to be vague in my answer, but it really does
Very
vary.
vague. It's good.
But 20 is a good average round number. There's no real industry standard. It's based on the condition and the
So
fund base.
if you're out in more country type counties, the roads are different, there's different here in cities, okay. Anyway, so if you look at, if you would look at the total number of roads that need to bring everything up to a 78%, what are we talking about in costs? Do you guys even have that number?
I don't
That-
directly in
that
front of
could
me.
be a
We can
big-
certainly bring that back to you.
The big
You don't have to-
multiplier.
I'm just curious, I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out, it sounded like, I'm not a big proponent of this whole tax, but if the money's coming, we gotta deal with what we're dealing with. That's why I said earlier, I'm just curious if there's gonna be slowdown in some of the use of some of that money, because I'm not sure everybody's gonna drive as much. And people will be spending more money on food because they're 10% increase in trucks, which deliver all your food to your grocery stores, and so, all those things. But anyway, I guess as I'm looking at this, trying to figure out, okay, it sounds like there's gonna be enough money supposedly to keep us close to your 78%, and you're gonna have some money to do that, which is gonna be good.
Yes, sir.
But we have no money, almost no money, to do any of the projects that, as our county has done, we have some widening projects and some things that need to be done. It sounds like some of the bike type of stuff, or you call active transportation stuff, can be used. But if too much of it's used, then it takes away from the money for you to maintain your 78%, is that correct?
Yes, sir. If I can answer back a little bit as I'm thinking through, the local streets and roads assessment that I mentioned earlier projects the statewide at 80. According to the latest report on that, the need across the state was about 8 billion. This bill provides 5 billion. So if you do the correlation of that, it would take another 25 to 30% more money for us to be able to get above 80 and stay above 80. Don't know that we need to do that. Your board has directed us at 75. I'm comfortable with our roads that that's an appropriate place to be. If we had all the money in the world, sure, we'd go to 80 and we'd build everything we could. But given the condition that we're in, I think 75 is pretty good.
Yeah, and I think from the comments that I've heard, maybe some of their supervisors have heard, a lot of the roads that you've redone, and they're pretty happy with those roads. I mean, there's some that you go to some of those yellow and red areas, and people are not real happy with some of those roads.
And a number of those are on the priority 1 list for this year.
And I saw that, and I saw some of those were out there, and even one of them in my district, I think. So that's great. But, so I guess what I'm trying to ask is, we understand this piece of you just maintaining roads.
Yes, sir.
But as I've told Mr. Powers, I'd like to see some more money go in, because I believe the taxpayer says, listen, I expect government, I give my taxes, and we have public safety, we got wonderful sheriffs and first responders and do all that stuff, and you guys do a great job with your abilities. I mean, look at the great rains. We didn't have major big problems. We didn't have all the, issues. You've done a good job of maintaining our infrastructure to do it. But there is some additional needs. And I guess from, my standpoint, I know Mr. Powers does not want me to ask these kind of questions here. He's got a budget coming up, but, and 30, 50 million to him doesn't mean anything, but,
So,
doesn't? So when I say 4 or 5 million, it's easy after I said, okay, I'm done. See how easy it is?
Relief.
But I know that there's projects out there that we have, or should have, And do we have what, if we had an extra $5 million a year, what would that do to us? I mean, I know it's not your choice of what 5 million does, or 2 million, or 10
What can you
million, whatever
recommend?
the number is. But what do you have? Or what we do?
Your board approved 3 years ago, in 2013, so almost 4 years ago now, the strategic master plan. It's a list of about 140 some odd projects, improvements, intersections, bike projects, so forth, and prioritize those. The bike study session we're doing in May is a precursor to bringing that back to your board for an update.
Okay.
And it can be sorted by all of those different projects, and each list can be done independently. That's right now an unfunded list. So what I would do is bring that list to your board and say, what projects on this list, here's the order you've given us. Do you want me to do priority one on the bikes first, or priority one on this first, or a combination? And then that would be where the money would go.
Okay. So you already have projects identified that we've all talked about before.
Yes, sir.
And so it's just trying to figure out where would that money come from?
Absolutely. And that list, again, is a dynamic list. It's about 4 years old. Our intent is to do that in phases and bring it back to you within the next year for an update.
Okay. And then with that, those are, like I said, some of those are just pure safety projects that if we widen the road, it's safer, or
Yes, sir.
we need to move this bike lane over here because it's too close to something, or whatever those
Yes,
kind of
sir.
projects are.
The advantage we have for safety projects, for active transportation or bike and pedestrian, is there are other, that's where we can apply for grant funding, for congestion mitigation and air quality, for active transportation, for highway safety improvement, and that's that $3 million a year we've been getting on average. So we do get some projects done through that grant funding, and what's in here is about $1 million to cover the local match for that. But beyond that, the improvement projects in particular, widening for capacity and those sorts of things, which as your board is going through the general plan update, you're going to see some of those again that are going to become more of a priority economically. Those are ones where we don't really have a way to get money, at least right now, to do those projects.
We can't get money because we don't have a match for it, or we just don't, it has to be local money.
You're kind of getting out of my area of expertise, but it's either we don't have the capital for it, or we can't apply because we don't have a match.
Okay,
It's
but
a
I'm just saying, you
combination.
said you do 3 million now, $1 million of it comes from us as a match, and you get 2 million, and that's kind of your 3 million. If you had another $1 million to put as a match, would you be able to get 6 million total?
4 years ago, I would have said yes. Now, the way they're running the programs, it's so competitive, we're not going to get a whole lot more because there's way more projects that get applied for than get funded.
I see, okay.
So, but the larger improvement projects, like, for example, the harbor project your board approved a feasibility study on, that's in excess of $50 million. There's no grant that I would ever get that was that kind of money. So should that project ever want to go forward, it would require some sort of funding or financing.
All right, and I don't see us as a board saying we have an extra 50 million to put into that now, unless Mr. Powers has something.
Maybe Mike, you have the
Thank you, I
same-
appreciate that supervisor.
But let me just ask one more follow-up question. In the sense then, okay, so if there is that opportunity for us to possibly put some more money into this, if we said here today, here's another $5 million, you'd have to get the priority on those projects, whatever they are, or take the priority that's already been established. How long does it take to get those projects up and going?
Assuming that the kind of projects we're talking about require CEQA analysis because you're doing more than overlay maintenance,
Yeah.
from the time we start design until we start the construction is probably about 2 years.
Okay, so if we even said here, we want to put, if the supervisor said, listen, we all agree in our budget, we're going to put $5 million additional into the budget, into your roads, besides all the other stuff, just, we want to do that for projects only. Let's just say we did. Really, it wouldn't go into this year's budget, it wouldn't go into the 17-18 budget. You might have to have some money for
design, but other-
design, minimal
yes, sir.
amounts. So it really is the 19, 20, 20 budget, something like that. Is that what
Yes, sir.
that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there could be the idea, if we here agree that we'd like to do something, we could do that, but it's not, so I guess that's probably a Mr. Powers. It gives him the ability to say, okay, I can hopefully try to find that money over the next coming years, versus all of a sudden, I got a budget coming up here in May, I'm trying to work through in June. We said dump $5 or $10 million in here, which may give him a heartburn. But anyway, so from that standpoint, we could figure something like that if we had to, because it's a couple of years down the line for you to be even prepared to do that.
Yes,
We're
sir,
not-
but pending any, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, so we're not, quote, shovel-ready to go out and say, okay, I'm ready to go here, you give me money, within 6 months, I'll start this project, and it's in the next year's budget.
Correct, but pending any guidance from your board, we don't have a lot of projects that we've done the design and the environmental on the shelf.
Right.
We can certainly do that if we know that those are your priorities and we're waiting funding. We can certainly do the design and the environmental as long as we don't wait 5 or 8 years before we do the project. Usually we can do those, and then if there is either grant funding available or your board chose to provide money from some other way, then we'd have it shovel ready.
Right, right. And so I noticed that one time Supervisor Parks and I had talked about, and you give us that information in regards to over on, what's the road by Sherwood called? Bertero. We, Supervisor Bennett and everybody's, we're trying to make this a biking community and that opportunity to have, which one of those main roads like theirs to fix that and put a good bike lane there. Because you drive down there and those bikes are in the middle of the road, people are stopping behind groups of bikes, and maybe do that, and you've come back, and originally that was $5 or something million, and you found it for what, $2.5 million or something like that. Is that project a project type thing that we could say we want to fund because we're trying to do tourism here, we're trying to bring business to the community, and part of what Supervisor Bennett said, we're trying to make this, and that's one of the main thoroughfares that they use? Or is that more on this other kind of piece that we saw that would come from the state, this new money?
As I understand, because that's a active transportation type project, if there's funding available through the SB1 funding, it could be used for that project.
Oh, okay.
Assuming that we had the funding available or you directed us to, instead of doing this, do that, we could certainly use the money for that.
You could use that, or...
I'm operating under second and third hand.
I understand it, yeah. I understand you're going to learn more of what's going, but that possibly if that's active. But is that a shovel-ready project in a sense?
No, sir. We have just a planning estimate. Because of the nature of the project, we would have to do the environmental documentation, and through that process, you don't do the design until you've done the environmental, and so that's probably about an 18 to 24 month process to get it to where it would be ready for bid.
Okay.
Supervisor Parks?
Good, thanks.
Thank you. Good discussion. First, I just wanted to say, we're doing well when we're looking at paving some of these streets in the Santa Susana Knolls up in Malibu, Yerba Buena. I mean, you can tell when you are on where the LA County, Ventura County border is up there in Malibu, Yerba Buena area, Deer Creek, because it goes from a smooth surface to a very rutted one. So that is very impressive that we are to that point where that now is priority one, and I think that's pretty awesome because it hasn't been done in many years, many decades, I would guess. Regarding the suggestion of getting where we can things designed so that they are, quote, shovel-ready, I think that's an interesting way of going about it, if we can move some of those that are coming forward. One of the things that we've had happen also is the Transportation Commission has done its wayfinding study. And they've listed, like, for example, roads that are used most by bicyclists and suggestions for signage and things like that. So I would just really hope that we will look at how we can implement some of those recommendations. They went through a lot of work and a lot of input. And I think it would behoove us to look at that. And when we're doing things, as we're talking about, it's April 26th or 23rd, that we're going to be looking at the potential of widening those roads into the unpaved shoulders. I think that could eliminate some of the bicycle lanes that we'll need, because sometimes that's just sufficient to be able to have that. And I'm wondering now, when you're talking about even with a bike lane, you need to do environmental impact reports and all that, if that becomes a kind of a roadblock, if you will, to being able to do this policy that we're suggesting of widening where you can the shoulders.
It depends upon each project. When I said environmental documents, it may be something much less than an EIR or an EIS. It may but we still have to go through the environmental process to determine if we're causing any issues with nesting birds or species or any of those sorts of things. And without doing that process, we don't know. In most cases, for example, on Santa Ana Road, which we're working on the bike lanes now, we went through the environmental process. It was not a full-blown environmental impact study or report, but we did have to go through the environmental process for that. That happens to have federal funding, and so they wanted cultural and this and that. And so every one of those things are out of our control. We try to be as wise as we can in how we lay out the project to minimize the loss of trees or any of those sorts of things that we can do, but in some cases you just can't because of the nature of the project.
And bike lanes are very specific about how wide they have to be and all that, but
Correct.
if it's just this general policy where we can widen onto the unpaved shoulder. But I think it'd be really helpful for that workshop that's coming forward to look at the low-hanging fruit. You know, where are those that obviously aren't going to impact the environment, that are less costly to do, that will have the biggest bang for the buck? I think all that would really jumpstart us in that discussion. So if you could provide that, that would be really helpful.
Yes, ma'am.
And I look forward to it. Thank you.
Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you, and I want to appreciate our time here as we're pushing. Since you point out that these funds can be used for active transportation, my first question is this somewhere in between doing an official bike lane and widening the shoulder so that it's better for bicyclists? Does that qualify as active transportation?
I'm not sure I can answer that. I think if we're just widening, and I think it would be easier to justify a bike lane than a widening project, but if we were going to add shoulders and there's a safety component to it, even independent of the bike lanes, it would have to be really on a case-by-case basis. But in most of them, I think it would be able to be used.
We would be able to
Pending
do that.
further guidance from CSAC, of course.
And because just to get it out there, I mean, this is we're beginning this conversation. We're going to have it again, at the end of May. But I think this idea of Ventura County, I think we have two different efforts being made, one by Supervisor Parks in East County and us with Santa Barbara County. There's two different efforts being made, and they're really getting, I know we're getting some great energy going in terms of the bike-friendly businesses, in terms of this being really good for business activity. So this is something that has a tourism component to it and the economic activity that goes with that. But I don't think there's any question that there's a tremendous value and interest in having Ventura County become a more bike-friendly county. And I think across the board there's a lot of support for that. So I just would like to make sure that as we do this, we have the right time to have that conversation. Sure. And this doesn't feel quite like the right time, but I want to make sure staff knows that at least as I look around and see the heads nodding, there's at least enough support for us to have a good, healthy conversation about that and how we could go forward with that. And I think that that could be one of those distinctive things about Ventura County that could be really good for our businesses here. And along that lines, I have some thoughts about how we bring this in here and tie this into businesses and all of that stuff. So I just want to get that on the radar screen for staff as we go forward. Thank you,
David. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to share with you that, thank you, that the 5th District has the best PCI in the whole county. Thank you for the presentation.
Puny little 7 miles, right?
So we got a motion. We need a second. Let's vote.
I do appreciate you putting a lot of that detail in there about all the things, so
thank you,
very
David.
much.
Good job.
Thank you.
So that's approved. So we're a little behind. So our next item is a presentation of resolution proclaiming the month of May 2017 as Mental Health Month in Ventura County. So I'd like to invite Elaine Crandall over to the podium, and also Peter Owens and David Dutch, and also Janice Gardner. And I'm going to read this, Elaine. It says, the Board of Supervisors, County of Ventura proclaims May is Mental Health Month 2017, whereas 6% of the adult population in the United States experience serious mental health illnesses that results in functional impairments, whereas the total costs associated with serious mental illnesses are estimated by the National Institute of Mental Health to exceed $300 billion. That's a tremendous amount of dollars. Whereas mental health knows no racial, cultural, or economic boundaries, and the stigma and the lack of awareness about mental health prevents people from accessing valuable mental health services in the County of Ventura. Whereas the Behavioral Health Department provides services annually to thousands of Ventura County individuals in severe mental health illnesses, has significantly increased the number of individuals served from the underserved population, provides strength-based, client-driven services, focus on wellness and recovery principles, has integrated individuals with lived experiences into treatment, and has client satisfaction rates. Now therefore be resolved that the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 2017 as Mental Health Month. The County of Ventura also calls upon all Ventura County citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to recommit to our community to increase the awareness and understanding of mental health and the need for the appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental health conditions. Elaine, I'm going down to share this with you.
Good morning, and thank you, Supervisor Zaragoza. Good morning, members of the board and CEO Powers. So I'm going to start with a couple of public service announcements, but I won't steal NAMI's thunder by saying, as part of May's Mental Health Month, we're going to be having a lobby display. You've seen the airplane opioid display out there on substance abuse, and we will be replacing that in May with a mental health display. And on May 18th, there will be a conference focusing on bipolar disorder. I just wanted to say that our system is built on hope. There's a lovely saying by Martin Luther King: we may have all come on different ships, but we're in the same boat now. And I always like to think of that boat called hope. And it's really a privilege and a very humbling position to be in, to serve people with mental illness. And we don't do it alone. And this is some of the members who are rowing the boat with us. But this time, in this period, is really a watershed time for people who are in this boat serving people with mental illness. We are now strategically looking at established systems and working to integrate them. It is a signal that mental health deserves a much higher strategic priority. Is this NAMI Walk? I hope so, because I was thinking, that better not be corporate games. Okay. All right. This is our moment. All right. The determinants of mental health are so broad that we have to engage, and we are engaged with non-health sectors like education, social services, labor, housing, law enforcement, and our judicial systems, along with peer support and parent associations. And this is a watershed moment for change, not just for the change in the attitudes that precipitate stigma and discrimination, but the change in the very way we deliver services, not just in mental health, but in all the other systems as well. There is not a single county or a country in this world that can say that services are reaching everyone in need, and that the most appropriate interventions are provided with adequate social protection and are delivered in ways that provide social inclusion and recovery. But that's just a call to change for us, that we must stress greater efficiency to meet the increased need, and that we must reconsider a unified life course approach, from promotion to prevention to treatment to rehabilitation and all the way to recovery. So I wish first to thank people who are standing with me today, but there are multiple agents across the county, and starting with you, our Board of Supervisors, and I'm so excited, Supervisor Foy, that 30 or 40 million is no big deal to the CEO, because I will come with a secret request later.
Did I say you
Thank you, Supervisor. Yeah, I owe you one. I owe you 30 or 40 million. Yeah.
30 or 40 million. Because people with mental illness should bike too. And so, let's just tie that all together. I want to thank the Human Services Agency, particularly Barry Zimmerman and Judy Weber, as we work to reform services for the foster children. All of the healthcare agency under the leadership of Johnson Gill, who are working towards integrated care. Kim is here in the room, and I just want to do a shout out to Kim Milstein and her team, who have made incredible changes in the IPU. And their tireless work in partnership with us for adults in crisis. Rigo with public health, Dr. Cho and Dr. Labo with ambulatory care, Dr. Higgins with the medical examiner's office, which may seem like a stretch, but it isn't. I mean, they provide us information on suicide that assists us with suicide prevention focus. Probation agency, law enforcement, airports, public works, general services, auditor's office, library. So many people in the county are involved with services to the mentally ill. And of course, our important external partners, the BHAB community members, the Hospital Association, multiple service partners and providers, faith-based organizations, state partners, and finally to our staff who do incredible work. So it's just a privilege to work with a county who cares so much. They give generously, they lead courageously. We heal with compassion, and I know that we will have the strength to create the change needed to meet the future needs. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for bringing the needs of people with mental illness to our consciousness today. Dave?
Good morning. I wanted to echo what Elaine just said regarding the number of organizations, individuals, and agencies that really are involved in the treatment programs that we have available in this county, not just the ones that we always associate with it, but organizations like law enforcement, corrections, the public library system, any number of people that end up involved with the population of people that we are trying to help, even if it's not their designated job to do that kind of work. Mental illness is certainly one of the most pressing issues in our time. When that's combined with substance use disorders, which impact more than 50% of people who have mental illness, it's probably the largest single public health issue of our times. And the recognition of that, I think, has progressed over the last 10 years. I've worked in the field for about 13 years. We still always need additional support and additional creativity when it comes to finding ways to use the dollars that are designated for us to be as effective as possible in treatment. But what we try to do is network together, which I think we do a great job of in this county, with one another, with each other, by helping each other to navigate the system of resources and try to maximize the resources that are available to people. From the perspective of NAMI, we are, as you see, pictures of our NAMI Walk 2016. A week from Saturday on May 6th, we will have NAMI Walk 2017 at the Ventura Beach Promenade, the program beginning at 10 a.m., the walk itself beginning at 10:30. We want to encourage as many people as possible to come out, not only to support this event, to support mental health awareness in our county, but to have a good time. It's always a fun day, too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janice.
Thank you. Good morning, County Supervisors, CEO Mike Powers, and Chair Zaragoza. This is a time of change, some that's needed, some that's wanted, and some that has been mandated by the state of California. There's one thing that hasn't changed, and that is the needs of the people with mental illness. Please know that along with you, our county leaders and the Behavioral Health Department and the other agencies that are present here, the Behavioral Health Advisory Board is committed to providing help, guidance, and support as the landscape of services to this population continues to change and grow. We provide input and support to the Behavioral Health Department as it continues to provide mental illness and substance use services in clinics, schools, and throughout the community. A few of the numerous accomplishments of last year, which the Behavioral Health Department and the BHAB's collaboration have done, we helped to improve the Children's Crisis Continuum of Care with adding the local Children's Crisis Stabilization Unit and short-term crisis residential program at the Dave Humboldt Center. And as we all know, Dave was a strong proponent for youth and for mental health issues and services. He was also my mentor, and I hope to continue to carry on his legacy in any way that I can. It's estimated by the end of the first year, actual children's hospitalizations will be reduced by 35%. Over the baseline from 2013, and that is a wonderful accomplishment, and please thank yourselves for that as well. It couldn't be done without the Board of Supervisors. We provided input and support to the department to bring services closer to home by opening the Horizon View Rehabilitation Center, and that is also full. We helped to implement Alora's Law Assist program, which is successful, we don't have to close it like Santa Barbara. And we currently have we're serving 12 individuals in the ASSIST program. And as we all know, these are the hardest to reach population. We supported the implementation along with the Human Services Agency of the reform of services for foster children. And we've brought to the forefront issues involving prescription drug use and have been involved in research and educational efforts surrounding the cannabis issue and our youth. Both these issues having an influence, as Dave said, into the mental illness area of the wheelhouse. Collectively, with the Behavioral Health Department, we've focused on the underserved, specifically the Latino population, and continue to support the department as you go forward into the community, providing outreach, education, and engagement. The Behavioral Health Advisory Board continues to have an eye on the future, setting priorities and objectives for the community. Yes, things are changing, sometimes weekly, but the needs of our friends and family with mental illness never does. In fact, sadly, these continue to grow. We must be willing to continually bring a fresh eye to everything we do, to be able to gauge with data and outcomes the impacts that come from our efforts. And I know that's not easy, but it is essential. Let's not forget prevention and its role in helping to reduce the need for people in our communities, especially our youth, from ever having to avail themselves of these services in the first place. On behalf of the members of the Behavioral Health Department, I wish to thank members of the Board of Supervisors in recognizing the plight of the mentally ill and for calling attention to this issue by proclaiming May is Mental Health Month. I also want to thank CEO Mike Powers and your staff for the continued support of the BHAB. Your awareness, knowledge, and leadership have been essential in our quest to evolve our role towards excellence. I'm almost finished. Thank you for listening and for proclaiming May is Mental Health Month.
Thank you, Dennis. Is it 60 seconds?
My name's Ratan Bhavnani, and I've been coming to you now off and on for the last 15 years. And in my former role with NAMI Ventura County, and because of my son's continuing crisis with his mental illness, bipolar disorder. But I appreciate the work that you guys have been doing, and we have an excellent behavioral health director, and we have a great staff, and we have a great department. I also have been on the state board of NAMI California, and I'm active at the national level. So I have a bit more of a global view as to where we are. In some areas, we excel. For instance, our CIT program is the best in the state. There's no question about that. And that helps in our mental health world because we avoid folks going into deeper crisis if we can keep them away from jail and get them treatment. But in the system of care that we have, we're continuing to do better. And I think I really have to applaud you folks on the board and our staff for allowing us, as Janice pointed out, the progress we've made over the last few years. So keep in mind, we're not quite there yet. I know that funding is always tight. Another $34 million is always going to help. But we will continue to be in front of you and continue to advocate for more services. So thank you for your support.
Thank you so much. And thank you again. And thank you, Elaine. And thank all of you again for the excellent work you're doing. And Janice, who are the Behavioral Health Board. Thank you again. Is any chair members like to say anything at this time? If not, we'll take a couple of photos.
I do want to just call out how wonderful this group is that's before us and how fortunate we are to have you giving your time to the county. I know Janice will be rotating off his chair, but just so much appreciate the good work that you've done. Obviously your eagerness to help, but also just always bringing that really positive attitude and being really professional and committed. And just want to thank you for the good work that you have done. And I know David has been very courageous in his actions and work on behalf of NAMI, and Ratan's constant calm persistence, but I hope you see it all paying off. And we talk about the growing numbers. Hopefully we'll have shrinking numbers of people with mental illness. That's our goal.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Our next item, item 28. This is a presentation resolution proclaiming April 24th to 28th, the week of the young child in Ventura County, celebrating our youngest learners. And we have Corolla Olson is with us, and also we have Adria, is that correct? Adria. And also we have Carrie Murphy and Mandy Frail. And I'm going to read this. This is the Board of Supervisors proclaims April 24th through 28th, 2017, as a week of the young child, celebrating the youngest learners. Whereas the local planning council of Ventura County and the Ventura County Association for Education of Young Children, in conjunction with the National Association of Education of Young Children, are celebrating the week of the young child, April 24th to April 28th, 2017. Whereas the purpose of this week of the young child, 2017, celebrating our youngest learners, is a national effort to call attention to the need of high-quality early childhood education programs and services for all children and families in our communities, to increase community involvement in early childhood issues, to foster continuing involvement on the part of the community, and to address child care needs and find local solutions to celebrate the joys of young children. And whereas the high quality of early education programs, services represents a worthy investment and commitment to our children's future, and are recognized for the value to the community. And whereas the high quality early learning offers one of the highest returns of any public investment, building a strong competitive workforce reduces a costly achievement gap and creates communities with fewer demands on social services. Now therefore be resolved, the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the week of April 24th to 28th, 2017 as a week of the young child in the County of Ventura, and urges all our citizens to recognize and support the needs of young children in our community, and to recognize and support the high-quality programs that they serve. This is presented this date. Okay, coming up. You're the speaker? Yeah, come in. Let me. Oh, you have PowerPoint?
Yeah, I think so.
PowerPoint?
Thank you. So thank you for including us on your agenda today. My name is Carrie Murphy. I'm the Director of Early Childhood Programs at the Ventura County Office of Education. And I'm joined today by our local planning council co-chairs, Adria Taha and Corolla Olson, as well as our coordinator, Mandy Friel. We have a total of 25 members appointed to be on our planning council, and these appointments are made by both our county superintendent as well as yourselves, the Board of Supervisors. In your packets, you do have a complete current listing of our membership. The Planning Council, as a reminder, acts as the united voice for early learning here in our county, and we actively plan to improve the access and the quality of early childhood services here in Ventura County. Thank you, Mandy. We have several mandates through EdCode, and we have a slide that's going to show you 5 or 6 of our most important projects, including creating needs assessments and corresponding strategic plans. The why of our work, as a reminder, we've heard that Dr. Heckman, Nobel Prize winning economist, has told us that investing in early learning yields a 13% return on investment. And we also know that 90% of brain architecture is occurring between birth and the age of 5. So how are we doing here in Ventura County? I'm going to share just a couple highlights from our most recent needs assessment. For example, starting with cost, we see in this chart that the cost of care for preschools and childcare in the family childcare in the budget for the family represents 16% of a 2-parent budget. We also know that the cost of care here in Ventura County is higher compared to other counties in the state. Additionally, the cost of care exceeds the cost of public college. So when we turn the conversation to supply and demand, we know that there are 30,000 spaces here in Ventura County, and most of these spaces are found in the traditional child care preschool centers. 78% of those spaces are there, with the balance occurring in family child care settings. So 30,000 might seem like a high number, but unfortunately, Ventura County has been identified as one of 4 counties in the state of California with the highest number and the highest percentage of unserved children. So we have a long ways to go. As an example, of our 11,700 children living in poverty, 58% don't have access to a subsidized space. So our needs assessment identified key trends, and the Planning Council is currently working on a strategic plan to address those trends and those needs identified. And a strong piece of the strategic plan includes the addressing of quality. It's not just about the number of spaces, it's about the quality of those spaces. And so we do have a very robust system here in Ventura County known as the Quality Rating Improvement System, referred to locally as Rising Stars. We have a total of 5,000 children, 700 teachers that are being supported through this system to attain the highest tier rating, tiers 4 and 5. And we're doing this through a whole lot of professional development, training, and one-on-one coaching at the site level with our teachers. So that's something to feel very proud of. It's truly a model in the state. So again, investing in early learning is not just a moral imperative, it's also an economic imperative, yielding that 13% return on investment for human capital, of course, our future. And as always, we very much appreciate your support in continuing to advocate for our youngest learners, and we appreciate your resolution proclaiming this to be the Week of the Young Child. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank
Anybody
you.
else? You don't want to share anything? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
if I could, I just want to say all of you as a team and all 30 people on there do a remarkable job in terms of trying to push this. And my sense is we have some really high-quality programs. We just don't have sufficient number of programs. We don't have the spaces out there. And it's something that really we talk about needs. That one doesn't get very much highlight in the newspaper, et cetera. But it's, the working poor are disadvantaged in terms of trying to move up the scale if they're constantly being held back by this child care thing. So thank you very much for helping to bring attention to that. We should all raise our voices in terms of the number of spots. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you so much. Children are our future. Thank you again.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
take a quick photo.
Okay.
This is yours. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Our next item is item 29, and this is a public hearing regarding the adoption of an ordinance repealing and reenacting, the Article 6, Chapter 2, Division 1 of Ventura County Ordinance Code. And who's doing that one? Sylvia Parks?
Thank you. I would just like to go ahead and make the motion. This is a second reading of the ordinance, and that will adopt it into law, and one that we have supported in the past, and it removes the ability for some conflicts of interest.
Yeah, and this is a public hearing. I didn't have any speakers, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that is approved. Item 30, it's a public hearing regarding the report on sidewalk repairs and cost in the Somest area. Dave? Dave?
Good morning. Again, Chair Zaragoza, Supervisors, Mr. Powers. For the record, I'm Dave Fleisch with the Public Works Agency. This item in front of you is to conduct a public hearing on the cost and repairs for sidewalk work completed in the Somest area. This project is following the process your board approved in August, as we've talked with you before. Just to note that the contract work for this was completed in the fall of 2016, which was prior to our meeting, your meeting in March, where you gave us some guidance to come back with information regarding the costs and ramifications of grinding and the county paying for that if it was less than $25. So this was done before then. There is, I would ask for some clarification about what $25 per grind means. That can be interpreted a number of different ways, and we don't have to have that conversation today, but before I bring that back, I would like to have a little more clarification.
Give me what do you mean?
What do you think it means?
Well, it could mean per property, it could mean per foot, it could mean per every section of sidewalk, it could mean any of those, and I don't want to
I
presume.
think we got to be careful that we don't end up with, I go in front of your house and you've got a 400 foot of frontage.
That's
and
right.
You've got sections that are 4 feet long, each one's going like this, and we end up spending $25,000 or $10,000 to clean every one of those up. So I think we've got to be careful what we do agree with what this means, so.
I would offer, just based on what I heard you saying, you said, bottom line, you don't want to send the auditor a bill for $17.
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
But if somebody has multiple grinds, which is what you're referring to,
Right.
and the bill is going to be $650, you want that, even though each grind might be less than $25. You don't want somebody to avoid paying their
Well, yeah,
$600 bill.
exactly. I want to be
Yeah.
careful because, some people just have a little thing, and I think we went through that whole deal is if somebody's running down this, your guys are going down and it's, okay, grind this down. Let's not even talk to them. Let's just grind it. Let's be done, move on. But if you go in front of somebody's property and they've got trees all over the place that it's doing it, and you're going to spend $500 or $600, that's over the top for an average, we're giving an awful lot away at that point, because otherwise we could say $25 a grind, you get this ends up, this ends up, this ends.
This really isn't agendized.
Oh, I
to
know,
begin with.
and I apologize, I didn't mean.
And,
I don't want to get into
I
that.
recall the discussion differently, but I just feel.
Okay, but we can bring it up, I just want, if you
This
want
is
to.
just assessments, right, on the,
He's asking for clarification.
Yeah.
Can we
but
get
you
a
want a clarification?
I think that the tape will show that we were talking about the fact of charging people to grind when we
Yes.
end up with this situation. And so I think that's what I understood was the review. But if you want, I would ask that we can give him our comments individually. I'll
That's
go
fine.
back and listen to the tape and let you know what I heard.
That's fine. Just before I bring that item back that you've asked me to do, I need to make sure I understand what I'm bringing back. So.
To clarify it.
Well, Mr. Chair, I do think this is not on the agenda and
Supervisor Parks.
shouldn't be discussed really at this hearing.
Okay.
So we're just now looking at assessments against some properties, that's what you're looking for?
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir. I
Okay.
apologize, I didn't mean to
No, we don't
steer
want
off
it, but
the-
I mean, you have a question, and I think Supervisor Parks is right, we did discuss some of this, but I want to make sure that it was clear, because I
Yes.
wasn't looking to, $600 or $800. I know I looked in front of my property since we've talked about this, and I've got one corner that's up, so if you were to come by my property, and it's got 130, 50 feet of a frontage, then you would grind that, and I said, okay, that's fine, because it'd be easier than you calling me up just to grind this one corner. But I do have a lot of sidewalk. It would be pretty hard for me to come back and say it's $800 for the grinding. That may be problematic.
So we'll get back
So-
to you on this, but
Yeah.
not in today's
So
agenda.
not in
Yes. Yeah,
Thank you.
but I do think we need to bring, if you want to bring it back next week, or
Uh,
whatever.
So you need to put it on the agenda
Thank you.
again, obviously, so that we can clarify this.
So David, this is a public hearing, and I don't have any speakers here at all?
Just to note.
Any
for-
additional comments?
Yes, sir. Just to note for your board, as the letter says, there are two properties that had not paid. One of those individuals came in this morning and provided us a
Okay.
check, and it's
Okay.
the large one on here, Mr. Cruz. Our policy in the past has been, we ask you to leave that on the lien list until the check clears, and assuming we have no problem with that, then their name comes off the list. So that would be what we would do in this time. So
we're
what's
looking
left
at.
on here is one property at $344.
Okay.
So you made a request for clarification, so can I just ask, put it on the agenda next week? Or
Yes,
it's
sir.
not next week, it's 2 weeks from now.
2 weeks
so that
from-
we can.
Yes, sir,
we don't
we'll
meet
do
next
that.
week, 'cause that way you
Okay,
get clarified.
that's a good point. Any additional questions? Okay, what's the pleasure? I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, we got a first and a second. Please vote. Thank you, Dave. Our next item, item 30, well, let me see. That's approved. There's 4-1. Our next item is a public hearing regarding the adoption of a resolution to acknowledge or see to accept and agree to the California Coastal Commission a suggested modification in the Phase 2B amendments to the Ventura County Coastal Plan Program. Where's the speaker on that? RMA?
Good afternoon, Chair Zaragoza,
Yeah.
supervisors, and CEO.
And this is a public hearing too, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Okay.
My name is Aaron Ingstrom. I'm the case planner for the Phase 2B of the LCP amendments. And, excuse me, I'm just trying to catch my breath. This hearing is to review the Coastal Commission's suggested modifications to the amendments. And so in order for them to be completely certified, your board must decide whether to accept those amendments and those modifications. Overall, this is the third task of the 4 phases of LCP amendments. Phase 2A was adopted, or the modifications by the Coastal Commission were accepted by your board last month and will be before the Coastal Commission next month for final authorization and certification. The Coastal Commission conditionally certified these amendments last month, and so if your board accepts them, they will be finalized basically at the next Coastal Commission hearing. Phase 2C is being sent to the Coastal Commission for review within the next few weeks. So the topics covered by Phase 2B include the coastal trail, wireless facilities, and implementation of the civil administrative penalties program. Overall, for the wide breadth of amendments, there were a few modifications suggested by the Coastal Commission. The edits for wireless facilities included just some minor references to make sure that when these facilities are sited in non-preferred locations, that propagation diagrams are required, and that the Telecommunications Act applies. In civil administrative penalties, they included introductory statements that required, basically stated that the county's program is separate from the state's program and that penalties cannot be imposed for the same violation by both programs. There were a few modifications to the coastal trail. There were policy edits to increase flexibility, to add new segments of the trail as they come up, as opposed to just only relying on what's shown in the maps, because these plans sometimes don't get updated for a while, and so the Coastal Commission wanted that flexibility inherent in the plan. And they also had included some edits that improved coastal access. And so given that our recreation access sections are relatively a little bit older, they wanted to include some items. One in particular was for prescriptive rights, and that requires new development to be sited and designed away from historic use trails. This is consistent with Section 30211 of the Coastal Act. It's found in many other LCPs, but our LCP currently does not mention prescriptive rights. And so this would apply for areas that are between where the coastal trail could connect to the shoreline only, and not in other more inland areas. The other item was a compromise on segment N2A and the Sea Cliff pathway from your board's direction. And basically, they retained the return to source of origin language that your board decided on at the adoption hearing, but they did want to show the plan for the trail rather than the existing conditions. And so they have that segment as basically the way it was before the board hearing, showing that it's an entire segment where improvements are needed, but they retained the source of origin, return to source of origin text on the maps, in the narrative, and in the tables. There were some minor edits to the table as well that just state that improvements are needed on the south end of that segment. And so the Coastal Commission feels strongly that that can be completed. Overall, the edits were minor in the grand scheme of the overall amendments. Staff recommends that the board accept the Coastal Commission's modifications. Otherwise, if there are changes, we would have to go back to the Coastal Commission hearing, have another Board of Supervisors hearing, and it'd be a much longer process. So that's staff's report on the modifications for Phase 2B. We also received one letter from the Seacliff HOA, and that should be in your packet. I'm available to respond to any questions about that. But overall, the Coastal Commission believes that, yes.
You got a question for Supervisor Park?
Yeah,
Ben?
I have, Mr. Wallace is asking that two different items be added as footnotes in our report. And have you had a chance to digest this April 24th request?
Yeah, I've reviewed the request. There were some suggestions. There was another suggestion as well to break it into other smaller segments in the email that was.
I saw that
preceding
response.
that request. Yeah, and so at this point, this document is essentially locked down, and if we make any other changes outside of what the Coastal Commission recommends, we have to go back to the hearing because it's essentially certified text right now. It just needs your authorization to move forward with it. And then we go back to the commission with the resolution from today and say, here's the board agrees with you, and then they stamp it, and it's officially certified. So if we go back with new text, they'll have to review that.
Okay. And I know we have a speaker, and after the speaker, I'll turn to county council and ask them about their sense, but your sense is that it'd have to go back to the Coastal Commission.
Supervisor Parks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Having read it and looking at the changes the Coastal Commission did, I'm always impressed actually with the Coastal Commission, and it seems like they've made it better. Do you find that this has made it more flexible? And I mean, I know it's a qualitative issue, but
I think we had a really good working relationship with the Coastal Commission throughout this project, and their staff were readily available to respond to our questions on a daily basis. And I think that we were relatively fortunate to be able to process a coastal trail amendment, given that our recreation and access sections need to be updated comprehensively. And so we were lucky to sort of just take a piece of recreation and access and work on that and process that. And so they had a couple of more modifications to that rather than wireless and other things, which is understandable. But overall, I think it's a great starting point, and that's what Commissioner Cox said as well at the Coastal Commission hearing, is that this coastal trail is a braided network of multiple trails that's supposed to be chipped away at over time. And so this is just a starting point, a framework for it, and we expect to be able to add more pieces and improve it as time progresses. And so it was.
And then also in the scheme of things, this is, I think, the second one we've done regarding the update. There's still more to come, correct? Like ESHA, I think, is still one of those that will be coming. And could you tell us a little bit about that?
No, I cannot. I'm not the case planner for that.
No, I just meant in terms of what other projects on the coastal plan update are coming forward.
Right. Well, there's the ESHA one is being sent into the Coastal Commission for their initial round of comments, and after that, it goes out to public review and things like that. So the ball is rolling on that one. We're also working on the sea level rise update, sea level rise project, but that will be included in the presentation later today about the long range planning projects.
Okay, good. All right. Well, we've got more to come, but this is a good start, as you stated.
Thank you, Eric. Any additional comments? Because I have a public speaker. Okay, I'm going to open the public comment period, and we have one speaker, Steve Harbison. Steve?
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for the chance to speak to this very briefly. It's been bouncing back and forth between here and the Coastal Commission. I wish I could convince you that this is a lousy idea, because we truly believe that it is for a number of practical reasons and a number of legal reasons. We've beat those somewhat to death in letters to you. Our lawyer's most recent letter of April 24, which you have, in kind of bullet point ways, mentions the reasons that we oppose putting this trail in front of our houses and next to our front yards and patios. So I won't beat those up. I think that train has already left, basically. With respect to the modifications, I'll just address those briefly. Our attorney was not able to be here today, Richard Wallace, who has addressed you before and did write to you with a suggestion that plays off of the letters that we've actually received from both the Coastal Commission staff and the Planning Commission staff that kind of reorients what this is about. We believed all along that what this was to be part of the California Coastal Trail and be published that way in maps and whatever other resources are out there, and perhaps the subject of signage on the highway or elsewhere. Right now, they're saying what this is simply a planning tool to begin to look at whether this is feasible. They emphasized several times to us that don't be concerned, there's no action items here. This is not in stone, changes can be made. We're a little concerned about who can make changes when and where and what further planning processes there will be. Our attorney has recommended that you carefully consider adding a footnote to this that refers to those assurances that have been given to us, that this is just a high altitude planning effort that has begun and will proceed further with further planning details to be worked out in the future. We think that makes sense to make that part of what is available to the public in your ordinance if it's adopted. It is yours. It's not the Coastal Commission's. They've been driving this train. We know that. And we think they've gone ahead on the basis of some incorrect information. Be that as it may, we think the footnote would simply make a better record of, in fact, where all of this planning stands with respect to the segment of the trail proposed for our area. In fact, the figure 4.1-2, which is the current version as modified by the Coastal Commission, shows this as a planned coastal trail component rather than an existing coastal trail component. So in addition to that footnote, I wanted to ask a couple of things. One is that I think it's important that we be involved in the process of further evaluation of this trail. We know that what they propose to do, or what the plan is, would go over private property and would require the acquisition of rights in that private property, not only the private homeowners, but also the private homeowners association. This path, as described in the deed restriction, which creates the only public rights in this area, extends only to the path that existed in 1983, to the extent that path was on Parcel B, which is a common area section of our colony on the shoreward side of our properties, the individual properties. The path does not, on the south end, exist on Parcel B, and it never did. It, in fact, goes over private property. So we believe that extending this trail all the way to the south end of the fence at Hobson would implicate the need for the county to acquire ownership or easements or other rights in that property.
Thank you, Steve. Your time's up.
Oh, no, I didn't know
5
how
minutes.
much time I had.
The supervisor wants to ask a question.
Could I ask you a
Supervisor.
question?
Right.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Especially if it gives me time to talk more.
And preferably to the question at hand. You mentioned 4.12, and that, as I understand it, just talks about the fact that what is existing shall remain, right? That what trail easements that existed before this will continue. And your footnote, I'm not completely sure what your wording is that you want in your footnote.
That wording is in Mr. Wallace's letter. It's indented as a separate item on, I think, about page 3 of his letter.
The one with us 5 bullet points?
Yeah, it's actually on page 4. We suggest the following text as a footnote. It's a long one. But there's nothing inaccurate about that footnote based upon the assurances that have been given to us by coastal staff and county staff.
And I've talked to county council about how we might be able to handle this after your comments.
Good. I hope you have a good idea. Let me just, if I could, just finish quickly. Our homeowners association would very much like to be involved in any further planning, so I would hope that I could prevail on you to ask planning staff to be sure to do that, and that when there is a final plan for whether or not this segment becomes part of the coastal trail and not just a high-level planning issue, that it comes back to the Board of Supervisors for approval. So I would ask you to consider doing those two things as well as the footnote.
Supervisor Bennett, then Parks, and then Long.
Thank you. We spent quite a bit of time working with the homeowners that have been out there a number of times, et cetera, and just to refresh sort of the board where we are on this. We were originally asked by the Coastal Commission to move forward with this as a through trail down the length of Seacliff. And our staff came forward with that recommendation, and this board at a hearing changed that and made it an out and back trail instead of a through trail. That got sent back to the Coastal Commission. It wasn't what the Coastal Commission asked for. The Coastal Commission did accept our out and back designation, so they compromised some. They dropped that, but what they did do was keep in some provisions about in the future what would happen. So I think it's where I see this at this point in time is we've done everything we can with the Coastal Commission on this thing. We staff, in talking to staff, we can't reject this. We can't change this in the coastal plan. We'd have to send it all the way back and make the same request that we made before, and it's already been turned down. So from a process standpoint, we ought to bring closure to this part of this coastal plan update so that the property owners, if they want to sue, can sue. They can go forward. But that I'm very comfortable introducing two things as part, besides our staff's recommended action, introduce an additional part of the motion, which is to be sure to direct staff to include in the record and for their own directions that any future planning about this trail, that the Seacliff Homeowners Association be contacted promptly so that they can be included in that. And then in talking with County Council, adding this as a footnote into the actual document means we go all the way back to the Coastal Commission, et cetera. And their recommendation, I think, in talking to them, I suggested that we actually call this particular April 24th letter out as something that we officially received and filed to make sure that it is officially part of the record of this hearing for the benefit of the property owner, so that the whole letter, including the footnote, the footnoted requested language, becomes part of this proceeding and part of the record here in terms of being entered. So that'll be the motion
let me share something here.
I'll be making when we get to the time. Yeah.
Good. Okay, let me make. Do you have any other questions, Steve? Because I don't have any other speakers, so Steve, I'm going to thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing, and now we go ahead and you said we have Supervisor Parks and then Long, and then we can and Supervisor Long.
The only question I had was for planning. My question, if I could. Sure. Hearing what the residents are talking about in the homeowners association, if this is approved, what are the next steps? When would what would we be doing next?
Well, essentially, this plan is based on currently publicly accessible and available and open public lands. So while the coastal trail is planned for and aligned in this plan, it's already parks and bike lanes and trails that are available to the public. In the Seacliff segment, even though some of it veers off onto private parcels, technically the public still has the right to walk along the revetment where that pathway was supposed to be located. And so that would be an improvement needed for that area. The next step is in Program 1, we call for a master trail plan or some sort of a implementation in the zoning code. Right now, the trail is basically only in the coastal area plan right now, so it's a conceptual alignment for the trail. And so implementation needs to occur, which further identifies, what side of the road the trail should go on, whether alignment needs to be redone on certain roads, and where the access can occur. And so that more detailed study, basically the adoption of this would align us better to receive grants and things like that, to work with Caltrans and other agencies to do a more detailed trail master plan.
And to work with the homeowners association, correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Parks? Okay, Supervisor Bennett, you had
So
a motion?
I identified my motion. I think it's clear. Brian, were you able to capture the modifications? Great, thank you very much. So
Okay.
be move staff's recommended action along with the direction to staff to notify the Seacliff residents, and along with making a specific call out that we're receiving and filing this letter of April 24th from the attorney representing the Seacliff Homeowners Association. Thank you.
Okay. Got a first and a second, let's vote. And that is approved. Thank you. Our next item, item 32, is receive and file a presentation of Ventura County Area Agency Strategic Plan Update for fiscal year 2017-18. And Victoria Jump. There is Victoria.
Could you please load the PowerPoint?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Victoria.
Good
Welcome.
morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the
Good morning.
board, CEO Powers, Chair Zaragoza. For the record, Victoria Jump with the Area Agency on Aging, and I'm here before you to ask for approval to forward our 2017-2018 strategic plan to the state. It is our annual application for funding for our agency. And then I always put the caveat that we don't come up with the format, the state does. So people always want it to be different, but the state tells us exactly how it must look. So it's not our fault.
You don't suck up to the state.
Disclaimer.
No, I'm trying to work on that.
Okay, good.
Not to anyone.
Okay. Okay, so just to establish the baseline of what our funding is as it relates to all of our objectives in the plan as to what we're working with. The funding for next year for our department is about $5.3 million. As you can see, that most of it is federal funds. The state portion seems to be getting smaller as time goes by, but the county provides us with a nice support as well, which we appreciate. But that's not the whole story. So because we do have...
The 30 million?
So this is not, the 5.3 million is not the whole story. The total funding is actually 7.1 million for senior programs, in that our partners, which of all of our grantees, contribute an additional $1.8 million annually. And the majority of that is from our cities that are putting money into our senior nutrition program. Okay. Okay. To talk about some of our successes, and really all of this is possible because of the support of your board and the CEO's office. So for our home share, the number of participants year to date in that is 417 people. Astonishingly, 46% of our participants are homeless or at near homeless. And this is very different than when we took over the program a couple of years ago. We had a lot more stable clientele, but as the program has grown, we seem to be attracting people that are really have nowhere else to go, and we're possibly like their last place to go before they are homeless. The year-to-date matches, and this is through February, 39 matches, which is 78 people that are not homeless. Well, half of them, 39 people that are not homeless. And our increase in matches from last year over the current year is 30%. So we continue to make this program grow. For our high cap program, which many of you know is the health insurance.
Before you jump to high cap, can I just ask, is there some low-hanging fruit that you're aware of that we could do to make the home share program expand? I mean, you got a 30% increase, that's nice, but still 39, matches with, the need much greater than that. I just want to make sure that we're not, that you don't have something that you're, right now that that you could mention to us that we should know about.
Well, one is that we're always looking for more people to share their homes, and so that's been our biggest barrier. We have people that are on the list that are very specific as to who they want to share their home with, and
so if we had more resources to recruit more homes, I mean, is your sense that there are a lot more homes out there? They just are not being, we're not tapping them.
Yes, and part of it is people are scared. Welcoming, if you would, well, you have home shared before, but like for the rest of us, if I think, to let somebody that I don't know, that I know has barriers to housing, which is why they're couch surfing. And, maybe it's an income issue, maybe it's a mental health issue. It would be hard for me to say, okay, I'm going to let somebody come in that I've never, met before.
But I realize it's hard to get people to do it. I'm saying, are there people out there that are willing to do it, and we haven't gotten to them yet because we don't have the resources? Or, I mean, I know there are a lot of people that it would take quite a sales job to get them to do it.
Correct. So it's the sales job. It's finding those people, but also spending the time with them to get them to, understand that these are people that exactly like them, to make it less scary to accept somebody.
Victoria, is there a criteria that you use for that, and how do you convey the message for people that we have the program?
Well, there is criteria, and that background checks are done both on the home seeker and the home provider, because we want to make sure that that we're providing a safe environment for both of them. So felony convictions pretty much would keep somebody from participating.
And how do we send the message out that we have the program, that the home share? What are we doing with it?
Our staff is pretty great about going out in the community and doing presentations, trying to connect with all of the faith-based community.
Oh, good.
They're out there, but they're limited in what they can do.
Good. Okay, Michael.
Yeah, it's a very intensive process that they do to do the backgrounds for both the people coming into the house, people who have the house. Talking to your folks who do this, they're very enthusiastic and they're excited about it. But they do a ton of work because they want to make it successful, not just here's a couple weeks and good luck and that didn't work out.
Right.
So what is your success rate?
The success rate is pretty high. Our matches last.
And
so
that's
it's not,
very important.
so it's not like we match you and then a week later I hate this person. We're really looking for like a long-term match.
Oh, good.
And so they're very successful at it. But what we found is that it's very labor intensive because they're having to do a lot of mediation because problems arise. These are strangers. It's like the odd couple. There are disagreements, and rather than the match unravel, we try to work with them and figure out like what about it is bugging you about each other and try to work through that so that the match stays.
But that's pretty significant. You have almost 40 out of 78 people matches there, which I think is it's good, right? Yeah. And you match by age also, Victoria?
So,
You try to?
yes, so match can be whatever age, whatever gender. We don't discriminate. It's just we're looking at housing people. So if it's a young family that's looking for, a live-in grandma to their kids, that's fine. Sometimes it's a college student with an older person. Sometimes it's two older people together.
Okay.
It just varies.
Okay, good.
Okay, for our health insurance counseling and advocacy program, this is our program that really counsels people on Medicare and what your benefits are and what the best plan for you is. We've seen a 147% increase in the number of hours people were counseled on their health insurance options over the years, and that continues to increase. Last year, they obtained $1.6 million in financial savings for clients, and that's really by explaining people's options, moving them from a plan where they were paying more to a plan that still meets their needs, which is less, so they can save money. Sometimes it's signing people up for Medi-Cal when they didn't know that they were eligible for, and putting people on food stamps as well. So there has been a 21% increase over the years in the number of clients counseled. And year to date this year, we've already counseled over 2,200 people. Okay, so one of our other programs is our information and assistance. So we have 1.5 people on our phones that answer any question people may have throughout the community as to what benefits are available. Last year we had about 4,500 unique individuals which most of these people call in multiple times. Some of them call in daily, which is fine. We're here to help. We also established the 7th Aging and Disability Resource Center for the state, which is our partnership with our independent living center here. We are the 7th one, and the first one established since 2004, which seems like a long time. Our long-term case management program, otherwise known as MSSP, that program really deals with people that are very low income, but also meet the skilled nursing admission criteria. So they could go into a nursing home today and cost the state $70,000 a year, but they choose to live in their home instead. And so we provide intensive case management to these individuals to keep them in their home. HSA provides the in-home supportive services for them as well. So the average length on the program is 2.46 years. The majority of them leave the program to death or to nursing home placement. My goal for the program is always to let people die at home, not in a facility, and so we are, fairly successful. And 83% of our people do die at home or in the hospital, where they, are rushed at the last minute, and that's where they pass away. So they're not in a nursing facility when they pass away. That program is capped to the number of people that can be on it at one time. We don't set the limit; the state does, and so they've capped the limit at 160 people at a time. We currently have 147 people on the waiting list for it, and sadly, most people pass away before they ever get the option of being on the program. For our senior nutrition program, this year we are going to be able to provide 212,000 meals to our seniors. About 70% is home delivered. Yeah, 65% of those are home delivered meals. As time has gone by, our focus of that program and the resources have shifted from the congregate setting to the home delivered setting as more and more people are vulnerable and have issues leaving their homes. Our fall prevention program, I know this is one of the great programs that your board has been a great supporter of over the years. We've been running it for the past couple years. The number of classes that we've been able to offer since July of 2014 is 81 different classes. We seem to be adding more and more. I know that my staff who is watching, they're like, stop, because I'm always like, can't we squeeze a couple more in? The number of participants, 1,100. We've also been able to show that those that have fallen and declined to participate in the program actually have an 18% chance of falling again versus 6% of people that will fall again that participate.
Victoria, where do you hold the classes at?
The classes are held everywhere.
Everywhere.
We actually put one of our classes in VCMC's physical therapy location. So they asked us, they said, hey, we have people that are going to physical therapy. This is a natural fit. So we put it there. We have them in housing sites. We have them in senior centers. Sometimes they're in assisted living facilities. We try to target the classes to where the hot spots of where people are falling.
That's outstanding, yeah.
And so we go to them so they don't necessarily have to come to us. And for outreach, I guess I shouldn't have. Okay, so for outreach, we try to get the word out about all of our programs. And so last year we attended 128 outreach events, and 11,000 people were reached at those events. So
it's a lot.
So we do have some challenges, and I'm sure that you've heard this like from everyone. So these are nothing new. Our challenges are our increasing senior population that is increasing at a rapid rate, farther than any other population. The actual health of the population is a challenge, and also our stagnant funding from the federal government. So quickly, for the growth of the senior population, you can see what the increase in the individuals 65 plus will be over the coming years. Currently, our 60-year and older population is about 20% of our population. So 1 in 5 people now are over the age of 60. By 2020, that's going to increase to about 24-25% of our population. So we are the fastest growing segment. Along with our growth in the population, with just the sheer number of people, one of our huge issues is the rate at which people are falling. So as we have more people that are turning 60, the chance of people falling actually becomes that much greater. So 33% of adults over the age of 65 will fall each year. As you increase in age, that actually goes up your chance. And so at 75, 50% of adults will fall. They're still the leading cause of death from injury among people 65 plus. And over the years, we've seen a 46% increase in emergency department visits due to falls for people 65 and over. But statewide, the increase was only 38%. So we have an older population, and we also seem to fall a lot, even with our interventions. Also, this to keep in mind, too, that this data is pre our Fall Prevention Coalition. So we are actually, Dr. Duncan and the Fall Prevention Coalition is actually tracking these rates. And we feel that within a couple years, with all of the interventions and all of the classes and the social worker that's assigned to people that are falling, that we should actually see these rates start to decrease.
And Dr. Duncan has really helped you tremendously in that.
Dr. Duncan is a rock star.
Yeah,
he is.
Good job, I know.
He's a phenomenal resource for us to have as a county. He has put this program on the map nationally. He's published journal articles. We are his research lab. So he comes up with can we measure this? We're like, why not?
Why not?
And so one of the things that we're measuring right now is we're trying to see if there's a difference between people that have fallen and not taken a class and people that, that have taken classes and not fallen. And so we're looking at all of the same measures that somebody that has fallen to go through. We're looking at the timed up and go test, what their scores look like. We're looking at their eyes and their eyesight, because we know that that's part of the reason why some people fall.
Okay.
So good things to come in the future research-wise with our little Dr. Duncan's laboratory.
Well, thank the doctor, if he's listening, thank you, doctor. Good job.
Because actually, I think over at our agency right now, we're having the fall prevention forum in Santa Paula this Saturday, and so they're having their final meeting.
Great.
Today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so also with falls, the health of our population. And just one of the things that I wanted to highlight is Alzheimer's and dementia. And, the fact that it is increasing at such a rate that potentially we're looking at a public health epidemic nationwide. Right now, Alzheimer's is the 6th leading cause of death in the United States. It's the 5th in California, and it's actually the 4th leading cause of death in Ventura County.
Supervisor Long?
Can I ask a question on that? I've heard some statistics where cancer-related deaths are 1 in 4 people will get cancer. Not deaths, but 1 in 4 people will get cancer. And alarmingly, the Alzheimer's is 1 in 2.
After a certain age, it's 1 at 2. At 60, it's 1 in 3. So it's as you get older, your chance of getting it increases.
So I would completely agree that that's a huge issue for us with our growing elderly population, that this needs to be on our radar.
Yep, absolutely.
So and these are from our friends at Public Health. They gave us a presentation, and I love their slides, so I'm just stealing. But we'll give credit where credit's due. And they do have an epidemiologist that has been working on the Alzheimer's stats for us, because as a department, we've been extremely concerned about what we're seeing. So right now, about our 60-plus population, we have about 9.2% of those individuals have Alzheimer's or related dementia. Hypertension, other things are higher right now. Okay, so another nice slide from Public Health about Alzheimer's. And so they're thinking that their estimates that are almost 11,000 people in the county right now that have Alzheimer's or related dementia. And keep in mind that the nursing home beds, we only have about 2,000 beds in the county. So most of these individuals are living at home. Some of them with caregivers taking care of them, spouses, but many of them are also living alone. Amongst us, they're driving cars.
With dementia?
They're struggling to stay here and live in the community. According to Public Health, just because we were interested, who are we seeing in Alzheimer's here? So the average age is about 88.2 years. Most of them, a fair number of them are female. Most of them are Caucasian. Some people served in the armed forces. Some have an education. So it's your general population. It's not a special group of people that gets Alzheimer's. It's anyone. I like to say it's one of those that doesn't discriminate. And if you look at, 1 in 3, if you look at 1 in 3 up here, that's a fair number of us have a chance of getting it. So our funding has been stagnant from the state.
You skipped me. We're counting here, so skip me.
Oh, are you trying to say who's going to get it?
Yeah. We're competitive.
Yeah, I won't say who I think is going to get it.
I'm really curious.
Okay, so our funding has been relatively stagnant from the federal government, where we get most of our funding over the years. But we see the increase in the population, and we know that we can't sit there and do nothing. We have to respond to these needs. And so we've tried to be, more innovative and creative to how we can serve more people and provide more services without necessarily more money. So we have started doing Kaizens on all of our programs for efficiencies, trying to figure out how we can have people work smarter and faster and serve more people. Our home share, which we've talked about the home share program before, and also our Housing Plus staff. And Housing Plus is a program, we have somebody embedded in public housing in Ventura that provides case management, emergency case management, to keep them from evicting individuals who otherwise they would have, because of their violations, they would have kicked them out and they would have nowhere to go. And so those two programs are working with the Veterans Administration on homeless services and their VASH voucher program, where they're trying to take veterans that are homeless and move them into housing. And so we've had many discussions about, can we use home share? And it looks like we can. And so we're trying to use that as an option. They come with vouchers. So we're trying to find any way that we can fit programs and help people.
That's good.
We've also been working the last year on making Ventura County dementia friendly, and you'll see more in the coming months, including the official launch. So more on that.
Victoria,
Yes.
when you're looking at vouchers that veterans have that could be used for home share, how does that work? How does a voucher turn into
It's prorated based on the HUD. So there's not a set dollar on it. It depends on how many rooms the house has, and that's what they set the voucher reimbursement rate at.
So it's that they already recognize that you can have a situation like this where you're a roommate
Correct.
and paying rent.
Correct, and we've been working with them for the last 8 months on it. At first, we were told no, and then we've had many discussions about why not. And so they've recognized that this is an option.
Oh, that's great. And you just think about, how beneficial that is, and also perhaps veterans living with other veterans and being able to do that, and how that also helps your mental health too, in a way, to be able to have that.
We are providing elder abuse services to victims of crime. Since we already provide so many more supportive services, it was a natural fit to channel these individuals through our existing programs.
Do you work with a DA on that too?
Yes, so they actually fund a staff person.
Okay.
And so we provide, in-home counseling, rides to court, various services, including, some restitution. And they have the funds that actually pays for what we
So you work
provide.
in conjunction with the DA's office?
Yes.
Good.
And many times what we're finding is that you have these victims of abuse that have never been connected to any of our services. They don't know that we're here for whatever reason, and so instead of the DA's office just providing the services and sending them, after the case is closed, and sending them on their way, this way they're part of a greater network. And so if they have other issues that pop up, they already know where to call. And we are also continually seeking new funding wherever we can. We are trying to see if we can get funding through Gold Coast to expand our fall prevention program. So we're trying.
Great.
So it would be helpful if you could approve our strategic plan.
So,
If not, that's okay. Yes.
Hey, Supervisor Foy, 30 or 40 million?
You weren't here for the other conversations about how many millions we have, which we don't, but that's okay. I did want to just say thank you very much for making sure that we do look at dementia and the effect of it is on the Ventura County. I also want to state thank you very much for your subgroup that's working on legislative. You didn't mention that, but I know that you are working on that along with the housing and the filing and all of that kind of stuff. And you have a strong advocate group that's working with you. So I appreciate it, and I just thank everybody for us.
And also I want to thank you too on the home share program. I think that's excellent, when you get people to, work with each other and open up their homes, and your staff is doing a good job on that.
Well, thank you to your board for your support and for your vision and seeing that this was a need in the community and something that we could possibly do. But all of this is not possible without the advisory council. They do a tremendous job in setting,
That's right.
they're always saying, why can't we do more? And at times it's like, you're killing us. But they see a need out there, and how can you say no when people are coming to your door, you know, daily, you know, in horrible situations? We have to help. But we're also thankful for the CEO's office and my incredible staff that actually are the ones that do all this.
Michael?
Supervisor Fuller, you turned it off, sorry. Just appreciate you're also working to find new sources of revenue, because these are great programs and maybe medical administrative cost coverage and that kind of thing, and that expands access. And I know the team's been working to increase the general purpose revenue kind of every year, and not enough, but working with you on that.
We appreciate it.
And the kinds of programs, I think, is very important too. You know, to come out with programs for efficiencies, I think is excellent. Supervisor Bennett.
This is a really vulnerable population, and it's exactly what the mission of county government is to take care of vulnerable populations. So thank you for reminding us of, you know, some of our core mission, and thank you for being part of a team of people that are really committed to that core mission. Resources are always a challenge when it comes to these vulnerable populations, because it's almost endless in terms of what you come up with money for, so being creative. But particularly on the home share thing, I would like to have some kind of analysis, et cetera, of what's happening, what kind of outreach, what can we do, because our dream when we took that over from the volunteers was that with our professional staff, we could pop this, and the number's not the pop. It's an increase, but it's not the pop I think we were hoping for. So I would just like to have some more information about where you think the opportunities are, or the things that we could do, ways we could approach this. Is this a concerted effort for us to get the message out there to more people, to make the matches? Is the choke point? Well, we can make the initial contacts, but we can't provide enough hours to nurture the contact. I don't know where the problem is, but I'd love to have that information. Thank you very much.
That's a good point. Very good point. Thank you again for the excellent presentation. We had a first and a second. Let's vote. Thank you, Victoria. That's approved. Thank you. Our next item is the adoption and resolution authorizing and directing the execution of a joint exercise of powers agreement creating Fillmore Piru Basin Ground Sustainability Agency. Mr. Pratt.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, board members, Mr. Powers. For the record, my name is Jeff Pratt. I'm with the Public Works Agency. Today I'm joined by a couple of colleagues in Public Works who've been working on this with me, Glenn Shepard and Arnie Anselm. By way of background, of course, this is, I think, the third time you're seeing this item. The last time we came to see you, you gave us very specific direction on some sections to change. They involve changes to pages 3, 7, and 8, and we're about collective action of a group of environmental agencies and listing them individually in the board letter. We got that group from the Enviros on Wednesday afternoon. Thursday at about 6 p.m., we send a letter out to everybody. All the board members were on saying, here's what it looks like. Give us your comments. Included in that were Nature Conservancy, City of Fillmore, United Water, and anybody else we could think of. On Friday, we received comments from the Nature Conservancy saying everything looked good to them, and we received a letter from United that suggested a number of edits. We went through the number of edits, realizing that we could be teasing the string out of a fabric. You know, each change you make, somebody else wants to get in. So we tried to make changes that were in line with your board's direction and not substantive in nature. There were some clarifications suggested by United that were included, but there were a couple of comments that we did not include that seemed substantive in nature, and I'm sure United's here to talk about them today. We also received comments as late as yesterday from the City of Fillmore. City of Fillmore's concern was it wasn't specifically addressed, or it wasn't specific to the language, but their concern is that the environmental person have some special qualifications or certifications, and they'll be taking that up with their city council on the 9th, as I understand. We received some comments from Nature Conservancy on clarifications to their name. They're a corporation of the District of Columbia. They said they wanted that added. And as late as yesterday, we were getting some comments from questions from supervisors' offices. So with that said, that concludes my presentation, unless you'd like me to go over the changes in detail where they occurred. They're on pages 3. We eliminated the environmental group as requested. 7, we started listing the environmental groups, and they spilled into page 8 and 9 as well.
We have a speaker. Go ahead, Ben.
I don't have a need for you to go over the changes, but I would like to hear what you thought were the substantive changes that United was asking for that you thought were substantive, and that's why you did not include them. And are they the things that United is asking in the letter right now?
They are.
Okay.
So, yeah,
And what makes those changes substantive?
Well, there are a couple of things. One was they came to the table many months ago saying that it was non-negotiable. It would be an elected member of their board that would participate. And they had never clarified that with me in going into the negotiations more recently. Second, this impacts other agreements that are to follow where United will participate. And so that seemed to me to put it past the test of me just including it as a recommendation coming from me.
Supervisor Long.
At this point, since we have heard from Mr. Pratt, can we go to the speakers and then we can
have
talk a little bit more? I appreciate, first of all, I just want to say I appreciate everyone's hard work on this. It was a fast moving, I know we had the AWA plus a whole bunch of other stuff that was going on last week. And to turn this around so quickly and to be able to come to the table and basically an agreement, I'm really proud to be a part of this team, and I just want to say thank you. But with that, and I do believe we have hit some really good compromises on the environmental. I mean, there's a long list of environmentals that are on there. Whether they completely pertain or not, we're not judging that. So if we could.
We have Tony Morgan. He's from United Conservation District.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is a pretty quick item today as far as I'm concerned. The 2 changes that United is requesting to the JPA are things that came out of United's Board of Directors meeting on April 12th. And the language that are passing out to you this morning modifies sections 1.25 and 6.4.3 so that the language there that refers to United Water Conservation District and their appointment of someone to the GSA Board of Directors mimics the language for the City of Fillmore and for Ventura County. So that's all that language accomplishes there. It's just a cleanup that our board requested at their April 12th meeting.
Supervisor Bennett.
So Tony, I just want to clarify. So the intent is, whereas before United said it had to be a board member of United, now you're saying it can be a board member or a staff member.
Or representative as defined in the document. Yes.
Or representative,
yes.
but yeah.
There will, after long discussion, they're willing to agree to that.
That doesn't
yes.
have to be,
That's correct.
That's the basic change.
That's it.
And I appreciate, Mr. Pratt, that is a substantive change, and so it would have been inappropriate for you to say, oh, this is just, that it's worthwhile to have the conversation. I have no objection to it in terms of the change, but I think you made the right decision by saying, hey, it's not one that you specifically would have the authority to make because it has some substance.
Right. No, I'm just having my own private party over here. So with that, I would like to make the motion to approve this JPA with the amendment just submitted. And I emailed this also earlier to Brian and Leroy, just in case we all agreed on this.
And I'll second the motion. I do want to say to Supervisor Long, it was a good week in terms of trying to pull all of this together, and I appreciate that we have gotten this. I think we've accomplished. We don't have by the way, EJ is out of the state. And so it's part of why he's not here today, but the environmental organizations feel like the issues that they raised last week are addressed here in this. So anyway, I appreciate it being able to work properly like that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great job expediting this to the board.
Okay. Let's vote.
Yes, hurry.
It was easy.
Today was a lot of work to get here today.
And the computer doesn't want to work with us.
And, you know, the environmental, I want
Oh, here we go.
to thank everybody, including the environmental organizations that really had to hustle to get all those different groups to sign off on this. So,
Right, and just to make sure people are aware of it, I'm understanding the work that we have done today might be used for some of the wording on the mound. So I appreciate everyone coming together for this.
And Mr. Pratt, looking at, there are still some unassigned groundwater basins. Do you see the county coming in the end and scooping up whatever is left over, or how does that all work?
Okay, and that's approved. I'm sorry, but Supervisor Parks, you.
That's a little bit of a complicated question. There are still at least two full basins that your board hasn't considered, Kuyama and Mound. Am I forgetting any? One of which is critically overdrafted. And then there are edges around the basins that aren't, and more particularly, this is mostly the GMA. We don't know where the GMA is going with this, where the GMA can't be the groundwater, but it makes sense for them because they're little pieces of the same big basins that they have. But there are others who can vie for that authority. Our best, and we'll be presenting this to the GMA board this week, actually. Our best guess, from what we're hearing from the State Water Resources Control Board, is to stand down in those areas, except where there's no one else to take it on. In which case, we'll come back and ask your board to take it, I assume the GMA board will, and then we'll just give it to the GMA. Is that too much of an answer to your question?
Oh, I didn't know we could do that. I didn't know we could take it and then give it to someone else. Okay.
Yeah, so essentially
we'll
we defer all the decisions and all the planning to the, where it may become a problem is if somebody else has a significant investment in one of those areas, and some people feel they do, and they want to argue with the GMA about how to manage that. And what's required by the State Water Resources Control Board is something called a coordination agreement. And you have to reach that coordination agreement on a deadline, 2020 for critically overdrafted, 2022 for the regular basins. If you can't reach a coordination agreement and it blows up, state board's thinking at this point in time is that then it defaults to the county, and then the county could sign it and hand it back over to the GMA. But the state board's going to be at the GMA meeting tomorrow afternoon discussing this, and none of this is written down. This is just what we're hearing, and the reason we're asking the questions is because the deadline looms to sign up, and we're just making sure we shouldn't be recommending to your board to sign up. That deadline is June 30th. They just added something else now that has extended it to July 30th. And I won't go into that, but because it's a little bit, but just we're on a deadline here, and we have to get some kind of good recommendation to your board, and really it's going to rely on what the GMA decides.
Got a deadline. Okay.
Do you know when Mound will be seen before us?
June 9th? June 9th.
Thank you.
Okay.
Or 6th? 6th? 6th.
Thank
First
you.
meeting in June.
Thank you, Jeff. That's been approved. This is what we're going to do. We are going to the closed session. And do we have anything to report?
No announcements.
And then we're going to go into the Financial Planning Committee and then back to the 1 o'clock. Okay? So, closed session. We're going to convene our meeting for April 25th, 2017, and 1 p.m. time certain is receive and file the Ventura County General Plan 2017 Annual Report and provide direction on the activity and pending projects on the Resource Management Agency. All right. Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today.
Mm-hmm.
For the record, I'm Tricia Meyer of the Resource Management Agency Planning Division. I recently replaced Rosemary Rowan, who headed up our long-range planning team for several years. She officially retired last month, so I'm quickly coming up to speed on the long-range work programs that I'll be presenting to you today. So I'm not sure why the slides are moving forward on their own. Hold on. We've got some magic going on here. There we go. So that's the beginning. The reason I'm here before you today is because the California Government Code requires the county to submit an annual report to the California Department of Housing and Community Development in April of each year. The annual report serves two functions. It provides a progress report to the state on how we're implementing our general plan, and it also provides a progress report on how we're meeting our share of the regional housing needs. Although this is primarily a receive and file action, we've traditionally used this as an opportunity or a time to come before your board to talk to you about the long-range planning programs that we're working on and the accomplishments that we've had in the long-range section over the past year, and to ask for your direction where appropriate. With that in mind, I'll be presenting several items to you this afternoon. The first is a technical report on housing. The second is a summary of the long-range planning projects completed this fiscal year, so 2016-17. And then I'll be talking about the active programs that are currently assigned and in progress. And then I'll go ahead and cover a list of the long-range planning work programs that are still in the queue. I'll begin with the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, which we call RHNA for short. Just briefly, as background for those who aren't familiar with these numbers, SCAG periodically assigns the cities and counties in California numbers, and they're intended to quantify the need for housing by income group to be incorporated into each jurisdiction's housing element. State housing element law and the RHNA process are intended to address the need for housing at all income levels. Bless you. And that's based on projected population growth. Your board adopted our housing element in October of 2013 for the 2014-2021 time period. And in that housing element, we were responsible for adequately zoning for our share of existing and projected population growth in unincorporated areas, which we did. And that housing element was subsequently certified by HCD at the state level. The annual report, which is Exhibit 1 in your board packet, describes our progress meeting our share of the RHNA allocation in the 2016 calendar year, and then also how we're doing 3 years into our 8-year housing element cycle. This is the document with all of those attachments that came in your board packet that we're required to submit to HCD in April of each year. It provides a lot of housing data. I'm only going to cover a small portion of that data with you today. Essentially, the annual report shows the number of housing units constructed by affordability category as compared to the Regional Housing Needs Assessment allocation. Dwelling units are counted when they complete construction during the calendar year. You can see from this slide that a total of 57 dwelling units were completed in 2016 in the unincorporated areas. Of these, 20 units were affordable to lower income households, which would be the extremely low, very low, and low income household categories, and 7 of them were affordable to moderate income households. This next slide gives you a sense of how we're doing 3 years into our 8-year housing element cycle. This chart shows that during the first 3 years, a total of 177 units were built. So you can see, the top row is showing you what the housing need was that was allocated to us over the 8-year period. The second row is showing you the housing that's actually been constructed over those 3 years. And then the third row on the bottom is showing you the remaining housing need. As far as the state is concerned, the county's obligation is simply to zone adequate sites for the 1,015 dwelling units shown in the far right column that you see there, and then report to HCD on how many of these units are being constructed by affordability level. We accomplish this through our approved housing element and through this annual report. This bar graph generally shows how construction stacks up against the average number of units we'd need to construct to meet our RHNA allocation. By year 3, we would theoretically have needed to construct 45 extremely low, or at least dwelling units that were affordable to extremely low households, 45 that were affordable to very low income households, 63 that were affordable to low income households, and then 72 for moderate, and 156 that would have been affordable. Now, our average is more like 50 to 60 total dwelling units that are being constructed in the unincorporated areas each year, with a good percentage of these falling in the upper income category. There's so many factors that impact the construction of housing units that it's hard to predict where we'll be in 5 years when we reach the end of our current housing element cycle. However, the purpose of the annual report is simply to provide a status report to the state, which is what we're doing here. So with that, let's go ahead and jump into the long-range planning work programs. I'm going to begin with the completed projects and work programs and then move on to our active work programs. I'll be using the terms project and program interchangeably because they essentially mean the same thing as I go through this presentation. As the new manager of the long-range planning section, I've been struck by the depth and breadth of work this relatively small team of planners accomplishes. Remember that this is only a snapshot in time. So what you're looking at here are the completed work programs for the 2016-2017 fiscal year. Many other long-range planning projects were being worked on during this time period and will be coming to you later this year or next year. But this is the list of completed programs submitted with the annual report. I'll go ahead and cover each one in a little more detail for you. Here are the first three. These three projects should be familiar to you because they've been to your board more recently. The first was an amendment to our non-coastal zoning ordinance to change permit approval standards for CUPs, which are conditional use permits, and planned development permits. What we now require is that factual findings be made by the decision-making body if we're not able to make all of the permit approval standards. If we're basically not able to say that we're going to approve the project, then it meets all of the permit approval standards. The second item deals with the medical cannabis prohibition, which applies county-wide and prevents the operation of dispensaries, manufacturing facilities, cultivation, and the storage of medical cannabis, with exceptions built in for personal use as allowed by law and the delivery of medical cannabis to qualified patients in the county. The third project on this list is the urgency ordinance for accessory dwelling units, which we brought to your board last week. It will remain in effect until March of 2018, by which time we hope to have a permanent ordinance in front of you that is compliant with state law but also protects our traffic and groundwater impact areas, which was the intent. So let's move from text amendments to visioning, because we do both in long-range planning. The work effort on our general plan update this past year has been phenomenal. The general plan update team conducted extensive community outreach in phase 1 of this project. There were 12 community workshops held throughout the county last summer, an online survey, and even a booth at the Ventura County Fair. This effort resulted in over 5,000 responses and comments that were then sorted and cataloged by topic, which was quite a task for our staff. Phase 2 is underway right now. The 400-page background report was released last month. 7 focus groups were formed that cover various topical areas, and both the focus groups and the public have started meeting to provide input on the detailed report. I'd like to give a shout out to Susan Curtis, who's here in the audience and is leading this effort. A portion of the work in long-range planning of the past few years was focused on much-needed amendments to our local coastal program that were funded by a federal grant. Your board reviewed Phase 2A of this project in March, which covered revisions to the coastal zoning ordinance and the coastal area plan in the topical areas listed on this slide, including film permits, parking, signs, water-efficient landscaping, tree protection, and the others. We expect to go to the Coastal Commission for final certification on these next month. These are the Phase 2B local coastal program amendments your board approved this morning. They're related primarily to the coastal trail and wireless communication facility regulations. We expect a final hearing date before the Coastal Commission in June or July on this item. So those are the projects we've more or less completed, but what are we doing now? This next slide shows you our active work programs list, which includes all of the items that were board directed, state mandated, or privately initiated by an applicant. In a moment, I'll go ahead and walk through each of the projects for you in more detail, including expected timelines. This is a list that your board is already pretty familiar with, because with the exception of the board screening item, you've either assigned these tasks to the planning division or they were brought to you previously in some form. I do want to add that the planning director, Ms. Prilhart, and I met with Supervisor Long last Thursday to review the active and pending projects list so that she too would be familiar with them before we brought this to your board. New projects your board assigned to the planning division since the last annual report came before you include the Santa Monica Mountains Dark Sky Ordinance, the Accessory Dwelling Unit Ordinance, the grant-funded sea level rise studies, and short-term rental regulations. We'll touch on all of these as I walk through the individual projects. Before jumping into the various projects, I wanted to quickly show you how long-range planning work is currently distributed in the Planning Division. I honestly feel that I have the best job in the county. You may have others that come and say that, but I really mean it. I have 6 professional planners working on 11 active and very interesting projects, and we're currently recruiting for a senior planner with interviews being held today, in fact. As I mentioned earlier, on the general plan update team, the work is being accomplished by the Mentir Harnish consulting firm, with Susan Curtis, one of our planning managers, overseeing that effort, and the equivalent of 1.5 dedicated staff assisting. Every once in a while, our permitting managers jump in to take on a long-range project in addition to their permitting tasks, particularly in areas where they have some expertise. In this case, our new residential permitting manager, Jennifer Welch, is working with a part-time extra help employee to complete the subdivision ordinance update, which I'll cover in a moment. So that gives you an idea of how the work is distributed among staff. But let me start my summary of the active projects with the general plan update, which I covered a little earlier. So this is basically, what's going on right now at this point in time for this year. The scope of work adopted by your board in 2015 includes completion of phases 3 and 4 over the coming year. Phase 3 includes a series of community workshops designed to affirm the vision of the county's existing land use framework and then develop guiding principles that will represent the county's core values for future growth and development. Community input will be presented to the Planning Commission and your board during this process. So we're expecting to come back to your board next spring with a workshop on this item. Phase 4 will include the development of alternative land use concepts for the county's future growth and development, which will also come before your board. The next project is the subdivision ordinance update. After some setbacks, a new team was assembled to work on this project that includes planning staff, Wayne Battleson, who's the county surveyor, and Linda Ash from County Counsel's office. The subdivision ordinance is one of the Planning Division's core documents, along with the non-coastal zoning ordinance, the coastal zoning ordinance, and the general plan. It governs the subdivision of land. Over time, state law in the form of the Subdivision Map Act has been revised, but our ordinance has not kept pace. For that reason, this will be an entire repeal and reenactment of the ordinance. We expect to have it drafted and before your board by the end of 2017. This active project consists of work on updates to the accessory dwelling unit ordinance, while the urgency ordinance we brought before your board last week remains in effect. We expect to hold a study session with your board by the end of the year and to engage in targeted public outreach before taking proposed regulations back to the Planning Commission and then returning to your board with a recommendation for final approval. We received guidance from the California Coastal Commission just last Friday on how the Coastal Act policies integrate with the new accessory dwelling unit statutes and are working out whether we'll need to amend the coastal zoning ordinance as well with this project. The next project is a privately initiated board screening for a portion of the former USA Petroleum refinery site located off of Highway 33. The vision here is to change the zoning, general plan, and area plan designations of some of the industrially zoned land on this site from industrial to both residential and open space to allow for multifamily residential. Specifically, Petrochem proposes to redesignate about 22 acres of land from industrial to multifamily residential and to convert an additional 14 acres of land along the Ventura River to open space. This project is still being evaluated by planning staff, and we're having meetings with City of Ventura staff, and we expect it to come back to your board at some point this year. The purpose of this board screening hearing would be to request authorization to proceed with a formal application to the Planning Division, because they're not allowed to do that until they've gone through your board screening process. I spoke earlier about Phase 2A and Phase 2B of the local coastal program amendments we've been working on. We expect to complete those phases and have them certified by the Coastal Commission in the next few months. This leaves Phase 2C, which focused on environmentally sensitive habitat areas along the coast, also known as ESHA. A good portion of this complex project is complete, including draft revisions to the coastal zoning ordinance and the coastal area plan. We've had some meetings with Coastal Commission staff as well. Some of the remaining tasks include public outreach, which is planned for this summer, and then we'll be bringing this to the Planning Commission and then back to your board, hopefully with a completion date of next spring. The next project was initiated because, by law, zoning maps and general plan use designations are required to be consistent with one another. What we discovered after a deep dive into the areas of inconsistency when they were
We've got a
identified.
question here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think your slide got off there. You went back a slide.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
No, got to go the other way. Yeah, there you go.
I went the wrong direction,
Yep.
didn't I? I saw Lori's face there. All right.
This
So back-
is a test, but you're
Yeah.
okay.
I hope I pass.
No, you're okay.
This next project was initiated because by law, zoning maps and general plan designations need to be consistent with one another. And what we found when we were looking at these more closely was that there are all kinds of inconsistencies, and a lot of them were due to the conversion of paper maps to digital maps that occurred over the last 15 to 20 years. And so because the planning director has broad authority to correct those administrative errors, we're able to correct about 440 of those. Most of them were in the Lockwood Valley. Some of the other remaining inconsistencies will require a hearing before your board for rezoning. And some of these will be incorporated into the general plan update. And then a few of them are expected to come before your board this fall, including some rezonings in Oak Park. Now we've gotten to the next project. Okay.
And just to allay some concerns in Oak Park, if they're watching, this is the general plan designation of open space to make the zoning consistent with it, correct?
For the most part, yes,
Yeah.
that's correct. There's sort of a remnant zoning in Oak Park called PC2, which primarily covers open space areas where there's trails and walking, yes.
And
And
that-
PC2 doesn't exist anymore, yeah. So the Habitat Connectivity and Wildlife Corridors is our next project. This project was stalled temporarily after the hearing before your board in January due to the departure of both the case planner and the manager. But we're now moving forward again and expect to bring it back to you as soon as possible, hopefully before next summer, although that's what's stated here on the slide. Your board reviewed this item at a lengthy hearing in January, so I won't belabor the details. However, I do want to emphasize that the Planning Division is committed to working with all of the stakeholders, and there are a lot of them on this project, to find common ground. To that end, we're looking to hire a skilled mediator or facilitator to assist long-range planning staff on this project. All right, these next 4 programs are all housing related. The first 3 are housing programs from our adopted housing element. That's because each of these relates back to the preservation or generation of lower income housing for various special needs groups. The first one requires an update to the county's definition of transitional and supportive housing to be consistent with the Employee Housing Act. The second one involves expanding the zones that allow farm worker housing complexes or allowing more units to be permitted ministerially over the counter. So basically, it's a program to explore that as a possibility. The last 2, senior housing programs and the mobile home park overlay, were recently assigned to a planner and are just getting started. These programs will be presented to your board in several phases and are expected to be completed by summer of 2018. Moving on to sea level rise. This project is funded by a $250,000 grant from the California Coastal Commission that your board approved. Its aim is studying the erosion of our beaches to the year 2100 as sea level rises. We'll be relying on consultants to perform the computer modeling showing the movement of sand and shifting positions of the shoreline caused by waves, storm events, and then cycles such as El Nino. In fact, we released our RFP for a coastal resiliency consultant just last Friday. The RFP also includes an economic analysis component to help quantify the financial impacts on public and private infrastructure along the coast as sea level rise occurs. This data will then be used to identify both vulnerabilities and adaptive strategies to address those vulnerabilities. This is a 2-year project that just began, so we would look forward to bringing this back to you at some point in the future.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
Does that include the harbor or the port?
Well,
Because we already know that there's some issues there.
Yes, and I know that the city of Oxnard is working on a separate effort in that direction. They also received a grant from the California Coastal Commission. The Navy base also has work that they're doing in that area. And so we're trying to collaborate with all of them, and we actually have a meeting with Lynn Krieger to talk about that in the coming weeks.
Thank you.
So moving from rising seas to dark skies, your board directed us to prepare a dark sky ordinance for the Ojai Valley, and it sat on our pending projects list for some time. It was recently assigned to a staff planner as an active project. Following your board's directive, we're looking at the adopted lighting regulations in the city of Ojai and other nearby jurisdictions to develop standards. It's anticipated this project would be implemented through an overlay zone and would include amendments to the non-coastal zoning ordinance and possibly the Ojai Valley Area Plan. We expect to complete this project by summer 2018. The next item on our active projects list is an update to our landscape design guidelines. As water resources have become more scarce in the state passed a model water efficient landscape ordinance and a governor's order, both of which required new development to incorporate water efficient landscaping and irrigation. We incorporated these guidelines into our coastal zoning ordinance in the Phase 2A LCP amendments, and we follow the new laws, but we haven't yet revised our county landscape design guidelines to be consistent with them, so that's what this project is. This project will remedy that, and it was just initiated this month. It's currently assigned to a part-time extra help employee, so we expect it to move forward over the course of the fiscal year. The Saticoy Area Plan was the last area plan revised and updated in any significant fashion. As part of that effort, there were many implementation programs adopted by your board. We've made progress on many of them in the last year, but there are more to go, including those listed on this slide. We're working on the National Register application for the Saticoy Train Depot that was constructed in 1887, which would make the site eligible for grant funding to rehab this county-owned structure if it were approved. We're exploring grant funding opportunities for HABS documentation. HABS is the Historic American Building Survey documentation. It includes measured drawings, photographs, and historical data sheets that are eventually housed at the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. for historic structures. And we're also working with some of the other county agencies who were identified as leads on some of the programs in the Saticoy Area Plan. All right, so that brings us to some of the remaining miscellaneous work programs that keep us busy in addition to the active projects I just summarized. Among other things, the long-range planning team reviews outside environmental documents, LAFCO annexations, and responds to board member requests. My staff also administers grants, a tree mitigation fund program, and stays on top of new land use legislation that may impact the county. As you can see from the list, there's a lot here to fill in any gaps in workload from the active projects list. Before jumping into our pending projects list, I wanted to spend a moment on short-term rentals. This item was shown on the pending projects list in your board packet, but this project is really more of a hybrid. Obviously, it's being worked on already because there have been public hearings that have been held here before your board. However, this project hasn't technically been assigned to anyone in the long-range planning staff because our agency director, Mr. Stevens, has been taking the lead on this. At this juncture, it's expected this project will continue moving forward. An expected completion date is not included here because it will be dependent upon staff resources. As mentioned earlier, we're recruiting for a new senior planner, and all other planners in long-range planning already have a full workload of assigned projects. Which brings us to the pending and inactive work programs. Back in 2015, your board reviewed a list of pending programs generated by the long-range planning manager at that time that included projected start dates. And this is what remains. I see that we have a numbering issue here. I can assure you we haven't actually left off 2 of these projects, as it appears. There are 6, not 8 projects remaining from the original list, and this is the general order they would be processed based on the start dates your board previously reviewed. I won't go into detail on each of these unless you have specific questions, but I will point out that since the last time your board reviewed this list, the Santa Monica Mountains Dark Sky Ordinance was assigned to us, but it was not given a specific priority. We haven't set a timeline ourselves for the Santa Monica Mountains Dark Sky project because we believe the adoption of regulations for the environmentally sensitive habitat areas in the coastal zone will cover some of those issues in the Santa Monica Mountains, and so it made sense to wait on that. The way we use this list, it might be helpful to explain that. The way we use it from a timing and staffing standpoint is that when an active project is completed, we take a look at the projects up next on our pending projects list to determine how to best accomplish the project using existing staff resources. Sometimes it's more efficient to take an item off of our pending projects list and pair it with something that we're working on actively because they're so similar or because they require sort of similar work efforts. Sometimes we get lucky and another department is working on something similar and we're able to kind of use some of that synergy to complete one of these projects. But we try to apply a level of reasonableness to it rather than being, slavishly tied to this as the exact list. Moving on to the final list I have to share with you. These are our inactive programs. They're described in more detail in the annual report, but I can certainly answer any questions you might have on any of these. Essentially, these are the projects that are not on our pending projects list, but may become pending projects in the future. Most of them involve updates to existing planning documents or ordinances, and I should add that number 1 up there, the non-coastal zoning ordinance update. Many of those, we have a long laundry list, kind of a wish list, of items we'd like to correct in our non-coastal zoning ordinance, and many of those are going to be wrapped up into our general plan update, but there are always more, so that's why that's on this inactive list. We also expect the Coulter Heritage Board to submit a recommendation to your board for revisions to the Coulter Heritage Ordinance before the end of the year. At that time, your board may direct staff to move this item to the pending projects list. Otherwise, the items remain on the inactive projects list until your board chooses to move them. That more or less concludes my presentation, except that planning staff recommends that your board take the following actions today. Receive and file the 2017 annual report on the status of the Ventura County General Plan, and provide direction to staff as appropriate regarding work programs on the Planning Division's active and pending projects lists. Given that I'm fairly new to this position, I've asked some members of the long-range planning team to attend this hearing to answer any questions you might have about specific projects. And Mr. Stevens is also here in the event you have questions related to the projects he's worked on or staffing or budget issues.
Thank you, Tricia. I have a couple of speakers. You'd like to have the speakers first before we... Okay, Sean Bronski, followed by Lynn Jensen. Sean first, and then Lynn.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I want to thank the county and Mike Powers and staff for all the good work they've been doing soliciting public input for the general plan updates so far. They've done a tremendous job, and we want to thank them for all the hard work they've been doing. I would like to bring to the board's attention one issue that did not receive a lot of attention during the public input phase of the background report for the general plan. The lack of affordable housing in Ventura County is a major issue here in our area. Prominent local economists such as Bill Watkins and Matt Feenup have pointed to the housing shortage as the major cause of the county's stagnant economic growth, especially relative to the rest of the state and to our region. The county has consistently fallen short of the regional housing needs assessment goals, as we saw in an earlier slide to the staff presentation. In spite of all this, the background report on housing was a mere 5 pages long. The executive summary of the report had a single bullet point under the housing section, no major findings. None of the focus group workshops were oriented specifically around housing, which I think was a serious shortcoming in terms of the importance of that issue. There was a presentation today about the need for more child care resources in the county, something that a lot of the board members here spoke very passionately about. Nothing drives up healthcare costs more in this county than having both parents have to work in order to afford the cost of a 2-bedroom apartment to house their families here in the county. There are some ways the county can help ease this problem. First, the county can streamline the approval process for developments, many of which take the better part of a decade before a single shovelful of dirt is removed. Second, the county can examine future ADU ordinance that is coming up here in the next few months to find ways to expand the opportunities for more housing, such as lowering the minimum lot size. In addition, the ADUs can also help another area that receives some attention in the background report, specifically the subject of agritourism. We think that by allowing ADUs to have short-term rentals makes it possible for landowners to expand their availability to tourists and the general public to enjoy some of the agritourism possibilities that may be available in this county. Well, thank you for your time, and again, we wanted to thank the staff for all the hard work they've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Lynn Jensen.
Good afternoon, Lynn Jensen, the Ventura County Coalition of Labor, Agriculture, and Business. My comments today are going to refer to the General Plan Update Phase 2 Comprehensive Background Report and a comment about the locally important species list. First, again, as Sean said, we appreciate the county general plan update process and the amount of public outreach that has been accomplished so far. With respect to the agriculture and water background sections of the update, these are probably the most critical areas for CoLab members, because without adequate water resources, there will be no thriving agriculture or business in the county. In the March 2017 General Plan Update newsletter, planning synthesized 4,725 public comments into a graphic format. And what we saw loud and clear in the public comments are the high number of responses in support of agriculture in Ventura County. Agriculture was number 2 in all 3 response areas, including what people love, recognizing the challenges, and making the community better. In our biggest challenges section, agriculture ranked higher than transportation, housing, and public safety, all of which are obviously major challenges impacting our quality of life. So there's clear direction to our County Board of Supervisors to support viable agriculture in the updated general plan goals and policies. We thought that the draft agricultural chapter of the background report does not effectively characterize the importance of agriculture and the needs of the industry to retain its current planted acreage in the county. Agriculture is more than a land use designation. It's more than a placeholder to limit growth and maintain a free viewshed. Farming and ranching permeate the culture in Ventura County, and many of our streets are named after farming families, some families who've farmed here for over a century. Agriculture is unique here, and it needs to be characterized by more than just farm size and average age of farmers. In our research, we found many other counties with agricultural elements, such as San Luis Obispo, that include a history of farming and establish its significance. We believe this is needed, and we also want to see goals and policies, again, that support the economic viability. For the water resources section, we don't believe, again, it properly represents Ventura County's determination to excel in water supply, treatment, and environmental solutions. The general plan update needs to reflect positive collaborative efforts by water producers and users, which we think is unique in Ventura County, to manage the water resource. The major findings need to be more positive, appreciating the county's land conservation and stewardship of the past, considering all of the present beneficial uses of water as important, and focusing on potential solutions. And some of those solutions need to include infrastructure, more water storage facilities, and interconnections between pipelines to move water around the county to areas of need as the conditions change. And then lastly, in the miscellaneous work programs, CoLab is concerned about the county's ability to properly maintain the locally important species list and to make sure that the species on the list continue to meet the criteria. The current list is dated 2014. There's not an updated list for 2015 or 2016, which is in violation of the policy. It was supposed to be updated every year. We submitted 51 data sheets on July 23rd of 2015 challenging species on the plant list, and we have not had a response from that. These plants are not rare, threatened, or endangered, and many are common and abundant in adjacent counties. But we recommend that the county assess this program and determine whether it has adequate staff to continue the effort and whether it really should be included as we go forward in the general plan update. Thank you for allowing me to make comments today.
Thank you, Lynn. Does staff has any response to that? Thank you, Lynn. Trish, any response to, or any additional comments you might want to make to us?
Well, I see our general plan update team is frantically taking notes, so I would assume they're going to take all of that into consideration as far as the comments from the first two members of the public. As far as the locally important species update, she's absolutely correct. It has not been updated since 2014, and what we found is that since the initial study assessment guidelines were adopted, that directed us to update it annually. I think that was with a thought that we'd receive a few submissions per year, not hundreds and hundreds of them. And we simply don't have the staffing to update that annually, and we plan to bring this item back to your board to request that it be a once every 3-year update for the locally important species list. The way that we're handling it currently is where it is an impediment for someone on an actual project to move forward because there's been an identified species and there's some debate as to whether it is locally important or not, is that we've addressed it at that time. And so we've done that on a case-by-case basis.
And I know we were sure that we need housing. I think it's important that we need that we look at housing.
Right, and I hope that's one of the items that our general plan update team
and one of the things I've noticed that RENA has so many numbers for us of houses. How does that compare to the cities? Because, normally the cities are the ones that that manufacture housing and so forth, as opposed to the county.
Right, well, and even if you look at the funding that the county is giving out for housing, often it goes to the cities to build farm worker housing in the city of Ventura or in other areas where there are services. And I think that's in large part due to the effort to try and build housing where it makes sense for people to have access to buses and to schools and to all of those services. So you're right.
Right in the cities, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, Supervisor Long.
Can we go back to the local incorporated species? So if you have an ordinance or a plan that's going on and we're not fulfilling it, and you said you want to bring it back for 3 years, does that mean that we're going to actually do it right then? Because
Yes,
I don't see it on this list, and I'm concerned of your staffing.
It actually is. It is on the miscellaneous work programs list, kind of buried in there, and it is on our agenda to work on that this year because it has been 3 years since the last update. We're currently in 2017, and so that's going to move up higher on our priority list this year. Absolutely.
So then how do we, as planning, deal with obsolete items? Say, for example, there are certain things that our planning has to deal with and they're obsolete, and we still, how do we manage those? Do we pull obsolete things out?
Do you mean
for ordinance
like
and
plant
stuff?
and animal species that shouldn't be in the list? Is that what you're referring to? Again, we handle those right now on a case-by-case basis. I mean, barring the ability to take a look at the hundreds that were submitted and really review them, because part of what's incorporated into that protocol for reviewing those when they come forward for changes is that we go out to the biologists, the specialists in the community, and they volunteer their time to help us understand whether the species, the plant or animal species, should be on the list. And so we haven't, again, done a major update on that since 2014, but we have addressed it on a case-by-case basis.
Supervisor Foy.
Hey, Tricia, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You
I'm
got to
sorry.
The reason why I was asking is I was like reading our strategic goals for the county. And then I'm also getting the input from our staff that went to the focus groups. And what came up a lot was economy and jobs, housing, water, agriculture, and farms. Those were strong issues. And I see our focus area is, working with the 10 cities and the responsible agencies to develop and implement shared programs to ensure preservation of our unincorporated areas, agriculture, and natural environments. So I look at your list, and I just want to let other people know as well, because I've had this discussion with you all as well, and I want to make sure, is that the list that you're providing actually fits within our goals and our strategic look for our county. And so when I look at, you said the general plan, and then also what works with that is the zoning ordinances.
Yes.
Because what we're trying to do in our general plan is to create economy, making sure if it's commercial or housing, that those zoning areas, that we make it easier for them to go through the process. Because what my concern is, and maybe it's not being addressed, is that if we have turnover in planning or we have certain things and people come to that front desk and they're going through the ordinances and there's a delay, there's cost associated because we haven't done our due diligence to make sure all of our ordinances for those processes weren't up to date. And so when I'm reading on, where is it? On the non-coastal zoning ordinances, says here that the failure to update the NCZO on a regular basis can result to complications and delays without permitting process. So I'm concerned if that's the case, why is that on the inactive? If our strategic goals are set to be making sure that our economy is growing and that
We're expediting.
I'm just concerned that we're not meeting those strategic goals.
Right, and that's one of the reasons why those non-coastal zoning ordinance updates have been wrapped up into our general plan update, so that we'll be able to kind of holistically address them. I think what we've done is we've addressed the ones that were the most pressing or that had the most impact on the most people as we could. Some of the others that are on the list are really sort of minor little changes that need to happen here and there, as opposed to being a new state law that comes down and says you must do X, Y, and Z. And so our hope is that with the general plan update, we now have this opportunity to wrap up and then to go moving forward from that point to try and stay on top of those revisions to the non-coastal zoning ordinance or the coastal zoning ordinance that need to occur.
So if they're on the inactive, will they still be updated?
Yes, and so that was the distinction I was trying to make in the presentation, was that although that's listed on the inactive programs, there actually is a program right now that's wrapped up into the general plan update to integrate all of those revisions, the major revisions that need to occur to our non-coastal zoning ordinance.
Okay, and then also on the military land use compatibility, I know that they've also done a land study and so forth, and that's on the inactive. And big concern with that's our number one employer, to ensure that we are doing all that we can as a county to make sure that we're, so I'm wondering why that also is on the area plan.
The JLUS, is that what you're referring to?
It's the military land
It's a
use.
JLUS, yeah.
Yeah. Yes. That document is something that we consider to be our touchstone document. So rather than it being something that we're actively working on, we're trying to just integrate that as a matter of course when we're doing business in the planning division.
And the cities are doing the same thing.
Yeah. Are they? Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's, I think it's just a matter of how we reference it or how we look at it. And so it's on that inactive list because there's not something specific other than the one that's tied to the Santa Monica Mountain Dark Sky Ordinance, where there were some specific recommendations related to coordinating with the cities on their lighting standards and trying to come up with some consistent lighting standards. That's one of the recommendations from the JLUS that actually is incorporated into the annual report, and that's on our list. But there are others that are there that we're simply doing those as a matter of course.
Okay, and then the last thing I needed to ask was how many industrial zones do we have, the M3s, in the county? I'm only told that the M3 is in Santa Paula, the Heritage Valley area. And so I wanted to make sure if our zoning is consistent throughout the county.
I wouldn't be able to provide you with the acreage of our M3 zones off the top of my head, but we do have a number of different industrial areas within the county that have M2 and M3.
Vineyard, right? We have some on Vineyard and El Rio, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And Supervisor Foy.
Thank you. Yes, Trish, I appreciate it. I appreciate you going through all the stuff, and I saw that the big issue, it sounded like, which we failed pretty miserably on, is that housing issue, and which is really tough for us. But also, some of the things that we're doing, I guess, can help add to some of that if it makes it more expensive, more difficult, if there's mitigation on some. And when you brought up this whole thing on I think the thing was brought up on plants and all the different ones, you said it's every couple of years you kind of go through it, you take it as you go. But doesn't that really put a lot of pressure on people doing projects, trying to do this, I got to mitigate this, it's easier for you guys just go mitigate it than it is to go through? I don't know why we don't set up a committee, because it sounds like you go outside to biologists anyways, right? Don't you to do a lot of
That's
this work?
part of the protocol,
When
yes.
something comes in, can you guys take care of this and just keep it going, versus it sure seems like it would speed up a lot of the issues and try to get through some of that. And because our goal is to try to make this as smooth and streamlined, as quick as possible. I understand that. And I might have missed this when I came in, but you talk about quick and all the things you're working on and all the time you don't have to do a lot of the other stuff. And I might have missed this. It was appeals. We deal with it. I've seen a lot of appeals that we sit here, and it takes you guys a lot of time and a lot of energy. And I know that when somebody comes in and files an appeal, the planner has to drop everything and kind of take that project and go. And I think we've seen hours and tens of thousands of dollars worth of time. Is there anything we can do, and that maybe it's more of a policy issue, but from your standpoint, I mean, I guess maybe it's the idea of what we charge for appeals or part of what we do, or is there anything else out there that other counties are doing to try to make it I don't want to take away people's rights for appeal, but on the other side, we've made it so inexpensive that everybody appeals, and I know that all these projects that you want to get to are tied up. So I'm talking about policy here, but I was just curious if you have anything that you can say, not about our policy, but maybe what other counties are doing to help through that process.
I'm actually going to defer that question because I'm working on the long-range planning
Okay, so
side, and this is more of a discretionary
here
permit
comes somebody
processing
right
side.
here
I think
Kim.
Kim.
Our planning director, Ms. Prilhart, is going to answer that one.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, members of the board, Mr. Powers. My name is Kim Perlhart. I'm the planning director here at the county. So I'm not sure in talking to a lot of the other planning directors, and I've been the past president of the California County Planning Directors Association, meet with them a lot. It's a big issue for all of them. So clearly, you have to weigh that balance. The higher the fee, maybe the less likely they'll appeal, but everybody at the end of it gets their money back, right? So if you're making a good case, and the board agrees with you, or even the board partially agrees with you, the board gets to decide what percentage of the money that you have coming back. But it is a real issue in the planning department where it hadn't been before. You might get 1 or 2 appeals a year. In the last few years, we've received dozens of appeals and have just done a calculation showing that we've spent about $230,000 since 2012 processing them, and we probably have, I want to say, a 97% success rate, right? That we are prevailing at the planning director level, appealed to the planning commission, and then appealed to the board. So it's not like we're making bad decisions or we have bad findings or we're being overruled where we would have to go back and see what needs to be done. But what happens, it's 3 hearings for every 1 hearing. And so the time that our biologists could take to do the locally important species, they're actually taking to re-review because each hearing is de novo. So anything that's submitted, it's a brand new hearing. And so our biologists are taken off task continually by appeals because a lot of the appeals, especially in the oil and gas, challenge things like the condor, challenge things like locally important species. So the locally important species list, I think it is important. It's not an ordinance. It is in the guidelines. That's where that 1 year is. You know, I think that we've come here to the board a couple of years ago and saying perhaps 1 year is not enough time to see if there's an issue with a locally important species. It probably should be on a 3-year cycle because it is so time intensive to do. And so I think that's the first time I've heard from Lynn that there was items in here that we hadn't reviewed. So I am going to look at that. I think that's very important, you know, that we do that. But so we don't want to be down here making excuses about why things aren't done. But this is an exhaustive effort, this appeal process that have been happening over the last.
Well, I guess I haven't been here as long as some of the other ones, but I've been 10 years. But I noticed that you're right. I'm glad you brought that number up because it seems like over 3 and 4 years ago, we didn't have that many appeals. And then even before when things were busier, it just seems that we had it. And I don't know, we changed that number. It cost $1,000 to appeal. We changed that from what, 2 or 3, 5,000. What was it originally?
It was 2,000.
2,000. Just that one change made it easier. I'm just curious, like I said, is that a normal fee for most counties? Do you have an idea what those fees are?
The fees run the gamut. There's definitely counties that run lower than that, and there's a few counties that run high. But that was probably towards the high end of the fee.
2,000 was?
Mm-hmm. Although, all of the counties that we polled, you did get your money back, at the end. So there's some as low as a couple of $100s, right?
Really?
So there wasn't any standard. We did a lot of research, and we looked at that very carefully, and we brought that information back to the board.
But are we a different kind of county in one sense, since not all counties have oil, not all counties have some of the more restrictive land use, that we end up with more appeals that way because of what we have? If I was out in Modoc County, or if I'm out in, I don't know, San Luis, Monterey, they're maybe not drilling oil, so you don't have as many of those kind of appeals. I'm just curious because it seems like there's, Trish did a good job explaining all these great projects, and at the end, if Chris comes, you guys want to get them done, give me another $2 million on top of the 50 we're already looking for other things, but just kidding, Mike. I got to hire, 10, 15 more people to try to get all this stuff moving. Otherwise, they sit there for years. Some of those have been there for 10 years as I've been here, and I don't know. I mean, it puts you guys in a tough spot. When you say 200,000, it sounds like that's just kind of cash, but it probably, at 200,000 in dollar amounts, adds to a lot of things that didn't get done because I couldn't move forward on a lot of the projects.
That's exactly the issue. It's a timing issue, and it takes time, and you don't know when they're coming in. So you can have a process working all the way through, and then you'll get 2 appeals. And so I would say that the majority of the appeals have been by the same 1 or 2 groups, and they've been for the majority over oil wells, just 1 oil well at a time, 1 truck at a time. Pretty low level appeals, but they still take a vast amount of time to do.
Yeah, it doesn't change. You still got to do your work, and you got to do. Okay, I'm just trying to look because there is a lot of things that we have, and I'm not sure if you raised it to 2,000 or 4,000 it would stop the appeals. But I'm just trying to figure is there anything else to try to drive more of you back to your basic work that I think everybody's here to do. And it was a good point when you said 97% of them.
Okay, well,
we get what you said. So,
but while I'm here, I did want to address the issues on the background report. So the background reports are just that. So they're not meant to be positive or negative, as Lynn had said. They're just meant to be factual. So it's just a factual set of data, and, you know, if that doesn't meet the objectives of somebody, I mean, this is just the data-driven information, and then from there, you build things like goals and policies. And so lack of affordable housing is huge, right? It's huge on our priority list, the huge on the boards, huge on mine, and those are the kind of things that get addressed through the general plan update. So by not having a housing group, because the factual data is the county has an approved housing element that gets us all the way to 2021, right? We're completely compliant with the law. But looking out, visioning towards the future, what we need to do, that's what's going to be done. So that's probably why the housing portion of the background report maybe isn't that as interesting as it could be. But, you know, it's meant to be factual, and we've had a hard time telling that to people. It's not meant to be anything other than somebody could say, this is the state of the county right now. And so, and I also think in saying, you know, Sean brought up the fact that, you know, agriculture is important, and it is important. And it's so important that this board said we want a standalone issue just to deal with that issue. Agriculture and economy. Those are big issues, and you've asked for them to be looked at separately. And so, you know, I would agree with those comments. They're very important, but I wanted to get that out on the background report.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you, Chris, and Tricia and staff, you know, for the good work. Any additional comments before we? Linda?
Thank you. First, I want to compliment you on the slide, the presentation, the PowerPoint. I really like the photos. Very visually pleasing. I kept getting distracted about what a nice-looking accessory dwelling unit, and I really like that little mountain lion kitten, and what nice landscaping in the landscape design. So, minor compliment, but I do want to say it's kind of always frustrating to me coming from a city on a city council when we never had a discussion about here's all the projects in the planning hopper, and you know how difficult it is to keep staff and to move it forward. So it is. You just wish you just said, hey, you know, go get yourself enough staff, get these things done, you know. And instead we're working in a arena of limited resources, and those resources are staff, and that's kind of frustrating. So we have to say, what are our priorities? And when I think that for dozens of years our county has had a general plan that has inconsistent zones, I mean, that is huge red flags. That can do some major things to our ability to do any planning or use of our general plan even. That we cannot legally be incompliant like that, non-compliant. So that to me has to be a priority. And then obviously when you have the subdivision map act and there are changes, you have to pick. So to me, the first step when you're looking at it is, what do we legally have to do? What is the most important? I'd hate to end up not being able to make any general plan changes because we're inconsistent, which is the effect of having zones that don't exist, for example. So it's nice to see that moving forward. That to me is a priority. We talk about the plant species list. I mean, should it be Coneodelia? Should it be Lion's pentaquito? Should it be the gnatcatcher? I mean, you can go on and on with each one little species, and that, you know, that is an important thing. We should continue to roll it over and make sure that we're up to date. But when we're talking about something that can just knock our general plan out of the water, I don't see that as rising as high up the list as that. We have had some changes since the last presentation to the board. For example, 2017 was when we were going to do the wildlife corridor, and that to me was important. It is important because, one, we have continuously been building in the corridors with ministerial permits. So I don't know if it was hundreds or over 1,000 have been approved in the last 10 years or so. And because we don't have any guidelines, there's no consideration for things like night lighting or the type of fencing you should use. Things that are just kind of easy, I think, requirements that won't impact development, but will be done in a way that allows for animals still to migrate. And in addition, you have the cities of, for example, Thousand Oaks and Moore Park that are interested in doing the same with their borders. So we're looking primarily in the East County, where you have the major Santa Monica Mountain corridor over to the Los Padres, and seeing that we're all kind of working together on this, and that's why I'm also concerned with the delay. One, because we'll continue encroaching into it, and secondly, because we could be moving something forward in unison with the cities who appreciate it. And I also, we are doing separate segments on housing, so and we're always having to update by law our housing element, as well as we've added, as was said, agriculture, water, economics, economy. So that is all things that will be done separately, but you always want to have consistency and make sure everything supports each other. But in general, just share my frustration. If funding were the issue, or if it's just not enough planners, I'd like to move forward so we don't have to delay things that is important to all of us. And there are things in this that are important to all of us. But primarily, that's my comments. Just we should work with the things that are the most important, which to me are the legal ones that require that we have consistency. And then also just would prefer not delaying the wildlife corridor, which is something that has changed since the last presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor. Michael? I'm sorry, Bennett? Mm-hmm.
Thank you. We've had a number of comments about affordable housing and the importance of affordable housing out there. And certainly in our county, our mobile home stock is probably one of the best sources of affordable housing that really works for people that is out there. And I just want to point out, talking about frustrations that people may have with different things, we have that identified as part of there are three. There it is. I'm sorry. It was the third part, which was the protection of the mobile home units, and I realized that we have so many different we have so many different projects that are out there. But my question is, there already is, the city of Ventura just adopted a designation of the mobile home parks as affordable housing that protects them, and so my question is, how much work is it to take somebody else's ordinance, if they've already done a good job in terms of thoroughly researching it and moving it? The reason I ask is because if we've seen this happen from time to time, all of a sudden mobile home parks, they come up with a strategy to start converting mobile home parks over, and if you don't have them already designated as affordable house, key protections built in there, you can't put them in after they start to come up with these strategies. And if these strategies like subdivisions, et cetera, that show up out there. So if we are very frustrated that we're not building more affordable housing, I'm just concerned about how long will it take to make sure we get the protections that the board's asked for in terms of that. And I'm not saying you have to change that, but I'm saying, is it possible to change it if we took some other city's ordinance and moved, and said, this works for us. There's not that much for us to do in terms of research. So I'm more inquiring. I'm not trying to be critical here at all, but is it possible to take the City of Ventura's ordinance and apply it to the county mobile home parks?
Supervisor Bennett, members of the board, that the ordinance that the City of Ventura passed was for senior mobile home parks.
Right.
And currently we are in the process, because we just started this project, of surveying our mobile home parks. We have 26 of them. And we are surveying them to understand how many would be senior parks that would qualify as seniors, and how many have too many families in them such that they would not qualify as senior parks with residents who are 55 years old or over.
So you just answered my question. Thank you. Which is you just can't copy and paste for just that kind of reason. So
Correct.
that's exactly what I wanted to hear. So I appreciate that. The other thing is, so thank you. The other thing is, I know we've got a big long list, and it's preposterous to propose something new on the list. So I'm not proposing something new, but I'm announcing something that I think we're going to hear a lot about as supervisors, just so that you know. I'm starting to hear more and more of people wanting to keep bees in residential areas. And, because of a growing population of people that are more interested in their food, more interested in, pollinate, and then with all the challenges that the bee colonies have, et cetera, here in Ventura County, I think you're going to see a growing number of people that are going to want to request that. When we feel like we got a handle on this other stuff, it would maybe something to add to the list, or while we're in our general plan update, it may be something that comes up. But I just want to pass on to the other supervisors that beekeeping is starting to be requested, and coming up with the proper regulations. And there are some places in the county where cities have adopted beekeeping ordinances, and they haven't been opposed. It hasn't caused a big controversy or whatever. So I'm not adding it to the list right now,
For the future thinking.
but it is something I just want to get on the radar screen that people will talk about. And if there is some easy way to pay attention to that when we're doing our general plan or whatever, it may be something for us to talk about. Great, thank you.
Mike?
Could I tag on to his bees?
Go ahead.
If I might.
Supervisor.
I've gone to a planning conference where a large emphasis was for pollinators, the bees, to put landscaping that is helpful for the bees that pollinate. So that's something that in our landscape one, as we're looking at landscaping changes and requirements, to have that, why not add that as a requirement that they are, flowering and things like that attract bees. So there are model ordinances out there for that too.
Thank you. Mike?
Thank you, Chair Zedigo. So just a couple of quick comments. Certainly hear the concern about housing affordability, and then partly for that reason, we have our fourth summit that we've added in our economic vitality plan coming up May 4th to really focus in on that issue and the ways that the county can impact that. On the presentation, excellent presentation. I think it's a good example of it. Supervisor Parks, you mentioned the cities, and they do a great job, but I don't think there's any city, certainly not in our county, that deals with the complexity and the variety of projects that a county deals with. I mean, you can just see this list. I mean, there's no easy one. There's no straightforward project, right? And so I just appreciate the talented team here that works on these projects day and night and gets it done with positive spirit. So, and just to let you know, I certainly hear the concern on staffing. I think Chris and I talk 2 or 3 times a week at least on it, and we're going to continue to work on it, and we're going to continue to work on it until we steady it. And but appreciate Tricia and Kim and Chris and the whole team here for the work you do. Thank you.
Supervisor Parks and then Long.
Do you want to go ahead, Supervisor?
I was just going to ask, hitting back on Supervisor Foy was talking about 1-year appeals. And I hear a lot of your issues of delay of work is because maybe it's not readily available, or the scanning or something. I'm just trying to make sure that your time is spent on what we need you to do. And if there's any way of efficiencies of scanning documents so it's easier for the public, or anything that we can do to help you, I think that would be something we should look into. But I'm sure.
I think Chris has something.
Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Chris Stevens with RMA. You might recall, I think it was just a couple of weeks ago, we got authorization from the board to apply for a grant of something in the order, I think, of $200,000 to help us exactly with that, to scan and get as much of our information into our electronic system as possible to make it readily accessible for the Public Record Act request, which I think you're referring to. So that's been on our list for years. That is a big effort among staff when we have those kind of requests, and we're doing everything we can to get things electronically digitize them so that we can more easily respond.
Supervisor Parks?
Yeah, and I didn't mean to say anything negative about the department, other than we wish there were more of you. And what you presented today doesn't even include your day-to-day stuff of, having hearings and going to planning director hearings and planning commission hearings and before the board and all that too. So I know you have tremendous amount on your plate. I had a question for Mr. Powers regarding the economic vitality plan and how you see that folding into the general plan, if at all.
I will start out, and I'll actually defer to Mr. Stevens as well, because we've talked about this. Well, partly because there's an economic vitality component to the general plan. He's talked about using some of the data that's been developed by our consultant that he can incorporate into that plan. But I think they dovetail very nicely, because we really, it's consistent with your board's policies and with SOAR and so forth. And what are the ways that the county can impact housing and affordability in the county? And it's not the same as the city, but you can work with the area housing authorities, the support for farm worker housing that your board has already provided. That's the kind of thing where we want to really sort of target our efforts more in the role that we can play.
Chris?
Yeah, yes, there's certainly a synergy between that effort and the economic development element that we're going to include in our general plan. We're going to be utilizing that consultant work that's been done
Good.
For the economic vitality plan to feed in. We've been sharing information already. Some of the information you see in the background report came from the consultant that's working on the economic vitality plan, and vice versa. So we see a great synergy. The timing's actually great. And so all of that information that's going to come out of that plan will feed right into the general plan process.
And then also you're doing one segment, your last one's going to be on housing, so that also can be used by the planning department too.
Exactly right.
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you.
And then think about health in all policies, and we've decided that's kind of an overarching theme as we go through the general plan, and how important land use is when we are looking at that. And Supervisor Zaragoza was with me at LAFCO when they were providing a proposal for apartment building project right next to an really heavy industrial uses, from noxious sewer smells to a crushed metal place to diesel emissions from 100 trash trucks starting up at 5 a.m. I mean, people living right next to that. And when it just goes to our emphasis at the county, this guidelines for orderly development, to put it in the cities, get those nice downtowns going, and where we can. And when we're looking at places like for affordable housing and what we can do about it, I can't help but look, when we have the ability to build apartments, for example, at Fisherman's Wharf, we're not considering one affordable unit, So we need to step up to the plate ourselves too, I think, as a county, to see where we can get affordable housing in places that are appropriate.
And I want to thank you to Steve and staff, Tricia, because affordable housing, I think, is extremely important. I know at LAFCO, the economist from the University of Cal Lutheran came over and spoke to us. And we all know that affordable housing is really important, and farm worker housing too, because our ag business here in Ventura County is extremely important, and we need that farm worker housing. I want to thank you and thank Trish, for Kim and all the staff for excellent work. And this is big project, and I know you need more help, but you're doing a great job, and thank you so much. Okay. So we need a motion?
Anybody want to move the wildlife corridor back where it was? I understand that you'll do what you can with the staff that you have, and I wish you the best on that. I'll go ahead and move to receive and file.
Okay, and we need a second. That got a second. Let's vote. Okay, that's approved. Thank you again. So we're adjourned.